Good morning. Good morning. Chat, I can't see you. I can't hear you, chat. Are you typing? Are you saying things? Is Necrosis resubscribing for 12 months, 1 year? Is that really? I can't see you, chat. T plus Mayor. And I'm not even exaggerating. I need you guys all to lock in and focus on me and only me. Because what I'm about to talk to you guys about today is so important that I don't care about all this other bullshit that's happening around the world. I know there's a lot that's happening, right? I know. Grammys, files, bald streamers getting into legal issues. I know, I get it. But for now, I need you guys to lock in. I'm priority, okay? And then once you lock in, I want you to stay locked in. AI? Did somebody just say that I'm AI? That's incredible. I did not go full Quibble Pop. Wait, which bald streamer is getting in legal issues? Psh, bro, which bald streamer is not getting into legal issues, bro? We already talked about Lakari. The whole thing. Come on, let's just not. Anyway, okay, let me revert because I'm gonna mess up my chat if I do this. Hold up. Let me put y'all back over there. Okay, you guys are pretty tiny though. I can't see you. We'll fix that. Okay, there we go. Hi guys, there we are. We're off. There we go. Hi guys, how are you? There you go, that's better. I am not AI Omni, bro. What the hell? What the helly? Was that a jump scare? I'm sorry. I can't afford transitions here, and not in this economy. Hi everybody, this is the first time in a while since we've done a dual stream. I'm talking to both YouTube. I think, are the YouTubers here? Are the YouTube chatters? I think I can see, yeah, I can see some YouTube chatters here. You guys are really tiny though. You're so itty bitty. And this is a lot of people's first time streams. Welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing, man? Happy Monday. Not gonna lie, he should be a voice actor. Really? Okay, you get on that. You get on that for me. Hello. Note to self, keep my hair for this year to avoid legal issues. Yeah. Have you ever tried not balding? You guys are so tiny. You guys are so tiny. Let me see if I can make you guys a little bit. That's a little bit better, right? That's a little bit better. Like that. We'll push me over here a little bit to the left. I'll make some room for you guys. There we go. That's good. And yo, Hamilton, thank you so much for the tier 1. And yo, Jonah, thanks for the super chat. Hope the stream goes well today. And yes, we can hear. Okay, great. YouTube is a little delayed from Twitch. I see. I don't know why that is. Wait, is super delayed? How delayed is it? Well, that's a part of what we're here for, okay? Because I have a lot of important announcements to make today. And if you miss out on these announcements, then you might actually miss out on the secret to happiness. What's up, Zoversity? Are you ready for the Seahawks Patriots Super Bowl rematch? I hate to let you down, but I don't really watch football as much anymore. Am I quitting YouTube? Iron Lung review? Okay. So let's start things first. Let me explain what's happening. Now that enough people have come here. This is about 15 seconds delay. Okay. All right. There's enough people in here. We can talk. Okay. It's fucked up on YouTube. What chat box software do you use for YouTube and Twitch chat box? I use Streamlabs. Okay, I gotta stop talking to you guys. I have ADHD, I think. So when I look at chat, if I do that, then I lose all train of thought. Okay, welcome to the stream, guys. Thanks for coming through. All right, I have to ignore you for a second because if I look over to the left and start reading, I'm going to lose my train of thought. All right. First things first. All right. Yes, my stomach legit freaking exploded. Okay, that's the first announcement. But before I go into the story of that, I also want to start talking about the premise of what's happening here. Okay, so you guys know Twitch me. A lot of you guys follow me on Twitch. You already know what we about this life. You already see me here all the time. Some of you on YouTube are like, whoa, Omni, why the hell are you streaming on YouTube? What's going on, bro? Are you dying? Important announcement? What's going on? You guys are a little spooked because you don't see me that often. That's okay. All right. Don't be alarmed. All right. It's just your fellow Negro. We're good. I'm trying to try something new. But before I explain that, we're going to go back to the story. Okay. Ty, thanks for the 60 months, baby. Appreciate it. 69. 69. So on Thursday night or Friday, I believe I contracted the norovirus or the stomach virus, the stomach flu, COVID 4.0. I don't know what you want to call it. But has any of you guys had that is my question, because it may have been one of the worst things I have ever had in my entire life. And the past, I don't even remember in terms of getting sick. This might have been the absolute freaking worst. Did you just say ill? I'm communicating that I got a life-threatening virus and you go, ew. Did I lose Riz for getting sick? Chat, Jesus Christ, man. Y'all are some terrible people. Terrible people. Ugh. I'm gonna getting sick. Ugh. Negative aura. Anyway, so I woke up in the middle of the night and it was 5 a.m. and my stomach was doing, I'm not gonna be too descriptive, don't worry. And it was like 5 a.m. and my stomach was doing the gurgles, you know? And it wasn't the normal gurgles. It was the bubblies. It was the guts was gutsing, bro. It's, you ever know when something's wrong with your body? But it's like, when something's kind of wrong, you're like, but I'll be fine. But you ever reach that point of, oh no, I'm cooked. You ever tell yourself in your brain, chat, am I cooked? You ever ask yourself, chat, am I cooked? That might be how cooked I am. So I asked myself 3 a.m. said, chat, am I cooked? To myself, and responded to myself and said, yes, I am absolutely freaking cooked. So I got up. I recognized my body had like aches. I was sore. I had a migraine. I was dizzy. I was spinning. Nothing was making sense. I felt like I was in a freaking music video. The Kid Cudi music video, bro. Pursuit of Happiness floating around. Tell me what you know about dreaming. I was in another place. I was in Super Mario 2, okay? Anyway, body completely was not working. Legs folding, bro. Just flopping. Come to find out, and then some bad stuff happened. I won't explain it, but basically, bro, I had the worst couple of hours in the bathroom, okay? To put it frankly, everything inside of my body wanted to eject from every single orifice that ever existed. Everything that can come out, there was something, okay? Everywhere. No limits. No limits to the excretion, okay? It was, oh, yes, everything. And it violently did that for hours. For hours. And then I couldn't sleep. I couldn't move. I honestly was at the point where I was like, you know what? It might be time. This might be the end. It might be time for a new game plus. I was thinking that I might have a bad spawn point and like this might be a good time to start over, you know? I was ready for it. I was okay with it. That would have been a time. If you know, Final Fantasy Jesus came down and said, "You want to start a new save file?" I would have probably been like, "Sure, bro," because this get me out, eject. Anyway, that lasted a long time, and then for like a full 2 days after that finally went away, I was basically trying to fight putting fluids back into my body. Okay, my stomach had exploded, quite literally, imploded, exploded, whatever. And then I was fighting to put fluids back into my body, the fluids that I lost. I was using Pedialyte, water. Apparently water doesn't work. Then another problem is I drank coffee. You can't fucking drink coffee when you have a stomach bug. The caffeine makes you throw everything back up. So for those of you guys who drink coffee, you know what happens when you don't drink coffee the next day. You get the worst brain fog of your entire freaking life. And it's the migraine. You die again. Like, so now I'm suffering from like 2 ailments. Norovirus type ailment plus caffeine withdrawal ailment back to back. Right? It was stacking the multipliers. It was multiplying, right? The ailments were they were divided. It was just going crazy. Sorry, just trying to remember this traumatic experience. I'm trauma dumping my sickness because I think it's important for you guys to understand how much I suffered. Just so you can know. Anyway, as the suffering continued, the body aches were the worst part. So the body aches is I finally get to a place where I can kind of like lay down, but it doesn't feel like you're laying down on any kind of cushion. It literally feels like I'm laying down on rocks, pointy rocks. Like, you know, the pits in the video games, I'm laying down on pits, spikes, bro. There's no comfy spot. Everything is a stab. Like there's spikes coming up on every part of my body. And if I rotate, it's the same thing everywhere. Injuries that I thought healed came back, bro. I was like, what the heck is that? I thought that healed. I could feel it. I felt everything. It was miserable. I felt everything. It was miserable. And the drugs didn't work either because then if I took it, then it would go out. So anyway, more suffering. This is all coming to a close. Don't worry. I need you guys to know how much suffering I went through so you can see how amazing I am that I survived it. Okay? So you can be like, wow, Omni. Wow. And I can get that validation. So it wasn't until about 36 hours in where finally the fluid stayed in. I started drinking the Pedialyte. Still didn't eat, had no appetite. This was like Saturday or something like that. And I stopped being dizzy. You guys ever been so sick? When you're a kid, you remember you used to get sick? And you'd be like, yes, I'm sick. I get to stay home and play video games and watch TV. Yes. You guys know that kind of sick? All right. It wasn't the kind of sick that you look forward to. Like, yes, I got a little baby cold. You ever be like, yeah, I got a little baby cold. That's another excuse for me not to go to school, right? Then you just be like, yep, I'm chilling. It wasn't that kind of sick. It's the kind of sick where you have the time to play video games and do the things that you love. You have that time now, but you literally don't have the willpower. There's no joy. There's no dopamine that wants you to move forward in that direction. You feel me? It's awful. It's miserable. You want to enjoy yourself. But you can't. All the things you could do is focus on is not dying. That's what my body was doing. And my brain was doing. It was like, try not to die for 48 hours. Anyway, I healed about the second or third day. In terms of healing, when I say healing, I mean, I'm still messed up. Like everything, my body, everything, my brain. I think I'm in a state of euphoria because I don't know. I don't remember my baseline. So you know how you get sick and you get so sick, you forget what your healthy baseline is. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like you're just sick for a long time and it's bad. And you're like, what was it like when I was normal, right? When I was eating well and had hydration? Well, I don't remember anymore, bro. So now I'm back to this baseline and I don't even know. I don't think I'm even close to what I was, right? So, but it's better. But it's like, is this healthy or am I still messed up? Bro? Yeah, so I'm kind of, So this stream, I might, we might end it kind of soon if I like pass out. I'll hang out as long as possible. Anyway, long story short, now it's Monday. I felt a little bit better last night because I was able to eat some chicken pho, some pho ga. Shout outs to Vietnamese people. I love pho. Drank it, stayed in, and I think I'm in a place where I'm stable. Okay? I'm stable. Meanwhile, when I got off the internet, okay, apparently you guys know every time I have to take a break or I'm not on the internet or I have to go somewhere, shit hits the fan. So apparently the Epstein files dropped again. They dropped like what, 3 million pages? Okay. In and out of my Twilight, bro, I kept like looking on Twitter and I kept seeing some of the most like terrible shit that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like we were asking for the Epstein files and we know it's terrible. And I was looking through and I was like, every time I kept coming back to it, it was like something worse than before, over and over, and terrible after terrible after terrible after terrible after terrible. And I'm like, God damn, this is a dark world. We're really messed up. We're cooked. Is it the boomers' fault? Is it humans or is it boomers? Like, who do we blame? Is this a generational thing? We might need to direct our anger. I don't know. For any boomers in the chat, we're not talking about you. But what is this, man? What is going on? Is this like cognitive decline? Is what this evil? And then there's this. Is a humanity thing? I don't know, man. I don't know. I've started to mature and I've grown up and I've seen a lot of this and I feel this is I know what it is, but if I say it, I might be saying too much. I'm going to say what it is. It's power. It's rich versus poor. No matter what divides that we look at, racism, politics, left versus right, all the classes, everything that you can think of, bro, at the end of the freaking day is always about rich and power versus poor and powerless. That's how I feel. I think all roads lead to Rome, and that is Rome. Anyway, so that's what I basically threw. So okay, we went through the first thing. The first thing was the announcement that I'm not feeling very good today, but I'm going to do my best to feel better. 2, we talked a little bit about, okay, what was happening. 3, the point of the dual stream. Okay, so some of you guys, again, from the YouTube, shout outs to people from YouTube who are watching. If there are some like delays or things or whatever, I'm going to fix it. Apparently there might be a 5-second delay. I'm going to spend today's stream creating or fixing or doing maintenance because I think that I am tired of editing for 2.5 hours after recording for 2 hours. I think I'm done. I think I'm tired. I think I'm over it. I think the whole, our lay it out, the weekly recaps that we've been doing where we talk about the news and stuff. I think that I'm tired of just doing it offline. I think I'm going to try to start practicing and playing with it live with you guys here. I'm going to try it for fun because why the hell not? Like I can sit here and record and we can talk live and I can say all the terrible shit that I would say offline, right? Let me tell you a secret. When I record offline, right? I'd be saying some terrible shit. Yeah, I don't even know. You guys be like, man, Omni, he's such a stand-up guy. Nope. I'd be saying some terrible ass shit. I'm like, cut. Cut, bro. You know what? Can't put that in there. I usually save my terrible ass shit takes for Twitch. That's what I usually save it. And for YouTube, I baby you guys a little bit because YouTube's moderation is crazy. But black people, I think I'm done. I think I'm at that phase in my life where it's like, you know what? Fuck it. We ball. If I say something stupid, because I will, because that's what happens when you just talk from your brain, like me. Like, eventually, the string of information from my brain, the way my brain works, I'm going to reach a point where I say some dumb shit. It's not that like I encompass it or that I feel it always, but it just, you know, you feel me? Like, you ever just been talking to somebody, you just said some dumb shit and they're like, what the fuck? And you're like, I'm sorry. That was, you know? So. Shit takes? It's not even about having a shit take. It's more so about like not thinking before speaking. Or trying to think before speaking, but choosing the path. See, I'm doing it right now. Well, you can't really think about how you're going to finish the sentence, so then you just fill it in with some random shit, and you're like, oh, that wasn't it. Anyway. So what I want to try to do is replace, for a little bit, like a little time test trial, is instead of having like, 30-minute, 40-minute videos that take me like freaking 4 or 5 hours to create, right? And then I'm gassed out. I'm gassed. I'm tired. I don't want to stream. I don't play games. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing, right? Instead, let's just live stream it for a little bit, see how it pans out, and play with it for a little bit. That's it. Just do something new. Because I'm getting kind of bored doing the same thing over and over. For real, for real. So, okay. Now you guys know why we are here. So let's take a break. How are you guys doing? Chat, how have you been? What have you been up to? What are your thoughts on what everything I've said so far? I purposely have not been looking at chat for like the past 5-10 minutes. Now I will interact. I hope you're doing well, doing good, and staying warm too as well. Hope you guys aren't still snowed in. I think it's ice. What up, Shobo? You're sick too, Lauren? Damn, homie. F's in the chats for Lauren. Sorry, BB. So no spooky game? The YouTube guys want to know. Wait. Spooky game? Ain't no way. YouTube, is the title of this video Spooky Games? Because I hate streaming on YouTube, bro. That's the title? Oh my God. Okay. So we got to learn this. We have to level up, all right? I have it as my stomach exploded. Connect your encoder, go live. It doesn't even say I'm live. Give me a second. So today, spooky, it still says spooky games. Bro, they think I'm Markiplier. I didn't get a chance to watch Iron Lung. I did not get a chance to watch Iron Lung because I got sick and it was this weekend. So, okay, let me figure out how to fix. This don't make no sense. Wait a minute. Which channel am I on? Am I on the main channel or am I on Omni After Dark? Is this the main channel? Oh, this is main. Oh, I thought we was on. Oh, what's up, main? What's up, main? I was trying to do a test on the side. I was trying to talk to the side. Oh, my bad. Oh, this might be a shock. Okay. Oh. Damn. We on the main. Oh, we got everybody here. Oh, damn. Okay. All right. Well, screw it. We ball. Okay? My bad. It's like everybody's here. Wait a minute. I'm trying to. I was trying to do an appetizer, get it ready, but we on the main. Screw it, whatever. I don't care no more. I hear live streaming on main kills your algorithm. Not sure if true. I don't even care no more. I don't care about the algorithm no more. I don't care no more. I'm ready to go crazy. I'm ready to go. What did Miskip call it? Goblin mode. I'm ready to go goblin mode. I'm done. I'm done. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go goblin. Demon mode. I'm ready to go demon mode. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get some clips in here. Let's get some live stream fails clips on here. Let's go. It's time. It's time. No, let's not. Bro, first of all, yo, DQ, RKT, thank you for that sub, bro. Appreciate that and the gifted. Bro, I swear to God, bro, watching these streamers come up here and like Lucari doing that thing with his stream for 4 or 5 hours, bro. What is this? Is it their secondhand embarrassment or something? I sometimes feel traumatized for the people who are out here experiencing trauma. Okay? I have deep empathy. Deep empathy, right? I can feel your feelings, chat. All of you all at once. I can feel you. And pause. So I can feel everything. And I was like, damn, this is not healthy. Why would you are in a predicament, my friend. And I think, I'm like, this hurts. This hurts me. Seeing this person hurts me. That's some hurt. That's some hurt. Anyway, how long has that Santa hat been in your hat? It's not a Santa hat. It's a nightcap. This is Schrodinger's Omni's hat. Okay, it's either a Christmas hat or a nightcap, depending on how you look at it. Okay, so let's fix this. Okay, let's fix this. So your guys right now are telling me that on YouTube, you're telling me that the title name is called something completely different from what I actually put it as. So let's see if I can change it right now. How many? I don't know if you said this yet, so I feel like free to ignore me, but did you watch Iron Lung? I haven't. I didn't watch Iron Lung. I got sick this weekend, bro. I got sick. I was so sad, bro. I was so ready to watch it at the AMC near me. I got sick. I had a stomach. I had the norovirus. Bro, it doesn't even say that I'm live. Let me check. It does. It says super spooky game. Okay. Okay. So it does says I'm live. And then can I edit it? I had a stomach. There's me. Virus. Oh, it's delayed. Bro, it doesn't even say that I'm live. Let me check. It's delayed. It does. It says super. Okay. Hit edit video. And then I'll put my stomach exploded. Okay. And then if I hit save, what about the thumbnail? There we go. Desktop. Save. Interesting. So it didn't, why did it do that after? It's interesting. Save. It's not saving. Fail to save. Chat, did it save? I'm delayed for 20 seconds. This is no bueno. This is no bueno. It saved? It changed? Both title and thumbnail? Let's go. Okay, good. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is to figure out the delay. I don't want YouTube comments to be delayed by 20 seconds. I don't want that. You don't want that. So, how do I make it so that YouTube can... I need a guy. I need a person. How do I make it show customization? There we go. Says live chat replay, participants, reaction, live streams, slow mode. There's no slow mode. How long do you want participants to wait? There's no delay. My stomach exploded. Okay, let's do a test. Let's have a nice little test, okay? All right, guys. I'm going to say something. I'm going to say a sentence. And then at the end of the sentence, I want you guys to say 6, 7. Okay? No, don't do that. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was just the first thing that came to my head. Brain rot. I want you guys to say like, I don't know. Say, fuck it. Just say 6, 7. Okay? Okay? I'm going to say something. All right? And after, no, don't do that. Don't. Say, biscuits. Perfect. Biscuits. Okay? And then when I say it, now, everybody say biscuits. Go. YouTube and Twitch. Say biscuits. Go. Damn. YouTube really is slow. Okay, there it is. Biscuits. It came about after 10 seconds. Okay, so it did happen, but it came after like, damn. Okay, YouTube. Okay. Y'all behind, but y'all coming. But geez, good lord. Okay, there's a lot of y'all. But y'all see, okay, all the YouTube, it's literally now all the YouTube. How many seconds was that off? Huh. How many seconds was that off? It was about 5 to 10 seconds, I think. I wonder if it has anything to do with latency. Or is this normal? Is this normal when you multi-stream that one of the streams is a little bit faster than the other? There's a settings you can optimize to make it go to 5 to 8 second delay. It might just be YouTube, for real. YouTube might just be a little inferior, unfortunately. But YouTube is always going to be 5 to 8 seconds. Okay, so we can't fix that right now. We can't fix that right now. What up, Resay? We can't fix that right now. But that's okay. That's okay. That's completely fine. It's normal. Okay. Next up, I want to do is I got the multi-stream working here. So I wanted to make sure that works because that didn't work last time. The next thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to do something with this. So right now you guys kind of see my little Spotify thing. I'm gonna put this up here for now. Okay. I wanted to put a box down here for like notifications or I think events. Now we're fixing the stream up. So what we're doing is a live fixation of what's going to be potentially a test experiment of the weekly recaps, but live so that I don't have to edit anymore. And you guys can see me for who I really am, the goblin that I truly am. Event list, right? I think I can try that. Add source, event list, add. Okay. And then I can place it somewhere like right. There we go. There it is. That's the this is kind of just for now. Like this is like the I'm trying to create it, but we'll evolve it over time. Okay, so hold up. Do that. Who the hell? Wait. Okay, so that's what's happening. I can see some notifications from Twitch, but sometimes I can't see certain notifications from YouTube. But the events one shows it because I can see DQ, but Moondrake subbing. Oh, I see. Okay, you guys are gonna help me with this because you have no choice. Okay, I want all of you who are currently watching, this is just a test, okay, to experiment. I want all of you guys who are watching to donate $20 to $200 all at once, just a test. I want to see what happens with the events. Everybody, $200 from everybody in order to make this test work. I would like to see if that makes the thing work. You can start at any time as a test. But I need to see the events at the bottom down here, trying to see if it works. You can also do other things. If you can't do that, do something else. You can do follow, a subscribe, okay, a gifty, or a bit. Just interact. It doesn't have to have money. You can also like do a follow or a subscribe on YouTube channel or something. You said my mom's kind of homeless? Has donated $200 saying no. No trust fund babies? Terrible spawn points, you and I. Terrible spawn points, you and I. There it is! Okay, what up? Jonathan Valenzuela. Thank you for the $2 in the super chat. So the thing does work down there, but it also pops up here, and that's the actual alert box is garbage. Good morning, Rose. How are you? Why are my organs always exploding, bro? I don't know, man. Life. Do I want something from McDonald's? Not real. Yo, in this economy, for real, chat, I get it. You should make your alerts be silly memes. I want clean. I want it clean first. Before we get goofy, I'm more of a minimalist kind of guy. Like I like functionality. That's why I'm actually trying to get, you guys notice that I got rid of a lot of my plushies. I'm trying to minimize. Stop exploding? I can't. I won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Where should I explode next? That's the question you should be asking. I know. I miss Nesco too. I also, you guys saw the starting soon page, right? I miss Anne. I miss Anne. But I'm trying to start new chapters, right? And sometimes when you start a new chapter, it means, you know, it means trying out new things. In order to try out new things, sometimes you have to stop doing old things. You watched the PewDiePie video? No, I didn't. The goat? Throw Anne into the cityscape? I'll bring her in there eventually. This is customizable. I might put Anne, you know, she might have that, you see where the parking lot is? Where the room is? Maybe she can have a room there, you know? Maybe you can see Anne in the background. Maybe she'll come in and out. She's my roommate. No, she's the homie. Okay, so, yo, Antique, thanks for the 11 months. 2026, huh? Well, we're going to be doing cardio while I'm watching. Hi, by the way. Hi, Antique, how are you? Thank you for the 11. I appreciate it. No, Resort, I did not watch Iron Lung. I was trying not to die. Like, genuinely, this whole weekend, I was going to go, and I was trying not to die. No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. Okay, so we got the events here, but I was thinking it would be even cooler. Maybe I should do this one offline. I should probably do that one offline. That might take a while. Or we can do it here. And you guys can just watch me create. Yeah, that's the whole point of this stream. And then so once I have everything fixed, once I have this stream, I'm in my Markiplier era again. I hope so. But yes, once I have this thing set up in a way where I love it, then what I would like to do is experiment with live, you know, in the morning, sometime between 9 a.m. and 1 a.m. or something. Maybe, you know, 3 hours, 5 hours, depends on how much the ADHD want to go. And we'll cover an amalgamation of all of the news, politics, you know, we'll cover the politics, we'll cover the important shit, cover the world news, we'll cover the, you know, the big shit, the small shit, the tea. Somebody told me my boy D'Angelo is back and he's fighting with Caleb Hammer, bro. Bro. Someone told me, let me see what you guys even told me before we even start trying to fix the chat. Caleb Hammer, one of the biggest financing YouTubers, is threatening to sue D'Angelo Wallace over a video he made of him. Wallahi. Oh, you know what I want to do? I heard that there is a way, chat, if you know this, let me know. But I heard there's a way that if I see a comment that I want to respond to or highlight, that I can make it like pop down here and be like, bam, like I can single one of you guys out, you know, so that I'm saying this in a way like it's good for you, but this is going to be like my comment of shame. If I see like a stupid ass comment with one of you guys say something stupid, I can just put you in display and be like, look at this stupid, look at this stupido, look at them, everybody, look at him. Shame. But I want to know how to do that. I didn't watch the content creator MMA fight thing. I might be I might be Unc. I might be daddy. I might be reaching that status for real. But like, I'm not keeping up too much with the new generation of streamers. I don't feel like the new generation of Twitch. I don't know, man. It don't feel right, bro. It feels... I don't know if this is what happens when people get older and they look at the younger generation. I don't think I'm that guy, right? Like, I still know the brain rots. I know all that shit. I know what, I'm cultured. But like, what Twitch is turning into doesn't feel, in the streaming space, the IRLs, it feels like it's turning into something that I would, when I came to Twitch and when I come to these websites, I come here for eccentric people, usually people with autistics, ADHDs, autisms, and all that stuff, you know, for us to do some weird shit and vibe. But now I feel like it's becoming kind of mainstream, and the normies, and I hate saying the word normies, but it's true. Like sometimes the normies come through, like even Twitter. Twitter was godlike. Now Twitter feels like the place where, remember Facebook? Pepperidge Farm remembers Facebook, right? We left Facebook because that's where all the weirdos were, just the people with the low IQ and everything, the parents and the people who know how to use computer. They're now all on Twitter. The place where I could escape. Now they're here. It's an invasion. It's an invasion. On top of that, right? So now you got all of the people from Facebook flooding into Twitter, and you're sitting here looking at comments, bro. You ever just sometimes be looking at comments, and you're like, man, people are thinking these thoughts, and you're like, I think it's unhealthy for me to read the thoughts of people of this stature. This is bad. This is bad. And I think something is happening bad to my brain when I see the replies of so much terrible replies combined. Oh, we're ranting. Combined with the fact that I hate how everything is also AI. Everything. There are bots. Dead internet theory is so freaking real. Social media is dead, in my opinion. It is on the worst decline ever. We don't have a space where us, when I say us, I think you guys understand when I say us, okay? I'm not trying to speak like a classist, but like, you know what I mean? Do I have to say it when I say us? You know what I'm saying? Like, us, we leave spaces that are main to come to our weird places. That's where we go. And now I feel like we have to like go to like, I don't know, Maple Story. We got to boot up World of Warcraft. We got to go find a place where the normies can never find us, bro. Like we're getting Manifest Destinied over here, man. is ridiculous. And the normies are just like, ooh, what's this? Twitter? Guess I'll make some tweets. Oh, I like this. I like this app. And now I'm like, God damn it, it's everywhere. Plus with the AI and the bots, bro. You know, that's not just ingenuity, that's facts. And you have every right to think the way that you think. Here's why. And now I see it everywhere. The LLM model, when it comes to people using ChatGPT, AI, I see it. Because I've used it before until I realized how bad it was. And I was like, wait a minute, you're lying to me, ChatGPT. You are making up information. This is not very good. How much information have you made up before? I think I've talked about this story before. It was like last year, early last year, and I realized that ChatGPT was just making shit up. And I was like, that's not safe, bro. That there's a model in a program that's literally just lying to my face in order to make me keep using it. I was like, okay, yeah, that's not happening anymore. Then I see the patterns and everybody else's stuff. I can see it. It's like the Matrix. Like I will see Instagram posts, TikToks, YouTube videos, and I can see the AI. Does anybody have that scope, that lens? Does anybody have that sight? Did anybody achieve that skill from their skill tree? Because I did. Okay, I can see it. I can smell it. I can smell when somebody was like really, really not very smart, and now suddenly they're using those double dashes. That's not truth. That's science, right? I can see it, and it makes me like want to vomit because now I'm like, wow, the internet used to be dope because it was just authentic, real people. Even if it was low IQ, even if it was weird takes, whatever it was, you knew that the person across from you was just another weirdo, right? Now that weirdo might be a bot. Now, when you look at a Twitter reply, it's filled with like 15 other bots and bot farms. It's not even fun anymore, bro. It's like playing PUBG or playing freaking Fortnite. You're playing Fortnite. We all drop. Where we landing? And 80 of the people that land is a bot. That's not, but pretending to be a human, bro. I can tell. It's not fun. Have y'all been to Reddit? Oh my God. Hi Nora, how are you? I'm sorry. This rant is not over. Have y'all been to Reddit? There are like subreddits that have just completely been overthrown with AI. And the dead internet theory is real. And the saddest part about this, is that there's so many people who did not get the skill. They don't recognize that they're spending time replying to a subreddit. They're replying to a bot. These bots will come into these threads and act like they're humans and say, I have a problem. Can you help me out? And then humans will come online. Oh, let me help this person out because I want to contribute to society. Blah, 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 blah. And then they'll be like, oh, there's an app that can help me with this? Well, this is gravy. And literally getting sold, getting cooked by the Russian bots, getting cooked by the Chinese bots. Contributing nothing to life. Am I a Tesla robot in disguise? Bro. I wish. Am I a conspiracy theorist? No. Have you not seen the Epstein files? Listen. Stop it. Get some help. The conspiracy theorists were right all along, bro. Did you not? Have y'all not been paying attention this weekend? Have you guys not been paying attention this weekend? Have you guys not been paying attention in general? Okay? The conspiracy theories were right all along. Kanye has been right all along. The people that you make fun of him, like, wow, this person must be off his knockers. Wow, that man needs to go into the psych. They've been right. Look, no, Kanye does need some medication, but he has said some things too as well that have aged terrifyingly well. Terrifyingly well. Kanye says something like, they can't control me because I haven't killed anyone. Right? When you hear that, you're like, what? What do you mean, Kanye? What do you mean I haven't killed anyone? And now we're seeing these files where literally death is everywhere and everyone's disappearing. Everyone. And no one's in jail. No one's in jail. The only person in jail is in a very special detention center. Ghislaine Maxwell. And one of the people, one of the culprits, might also be our president. So it's like, okay, let's stop there. As you guys can see, I have a lot of thoughts about what's been transpiring in the world. But I feel good. I got it on my system. Some of Reddit is out there. Yeah. A lot of subreddits have been absolutely cooked. Nicki Minaj has become a CIA operative. Oh, bro. Have y'all seen what's been happening with Nicki? Have y'all seen her tweets? Okay. This might be a good time. You know what? No. God, man. You know, I've been protecting my mental health. You guys ever been like, you know what? There's some information, there's some things that's just, you have to like think about if it's actually good for your mental health, at least at that given point in time, to like look into things, you know, or to cover things. Right? But I feel like if we spread it out, if we do it live and we're all talking at the same time, was I a Nicki fan? I loved Nicki. Bro, who didn't love Nicki? Can't you see that? I loved Nicki back in the day. And then she got into that beef with Megan Thee Stallion. And you know what I think it is, man? Some people, yeah, the beef with Cardi. And it was getting weird. It was getting weird. Yeah, I think what we got to do, this is what we do. This is how we protect our mental health, chat. Okay? Sometimes we dabble in some tea and some drama that's like pointless and baseless. That's some stupid ass shit. But you know what? Kind of just like just kind of watch it. Drama. Sometimes we look at some real shit. All right, let's lock in, niggas. Okay, let's talk about the socioeconomic, political climate of the world. All right, let's talk about things that might impact you, or future you, or your parents. Right? Let's talk about policies. Let's talk about the midterms just coming up. Let's talk about what's happening in the States. Let's talk about what's happening in Minneapolis. We'll lock in a couple of times as well. Let's talk about what's literally just happening around us. We don't have to stay there. Right? We don't have to be in this perpetual state of let's be constantly aware of what's happening everywhere that will always impact us, right? We don't have to. Just like, you know. Then we get the fuck out of there. Talk about some gaming and some anime, the things that we like, the things that keep us attached to this world, you know, our hobbies, our interests, you know, the healthy stuff that has nothing to do with any kind of drama whatsoever. Well, there's always drama in those things. But you know what I mean? You talk about how like what video games are coming out this month. What anime? Have you guys been watching anime? I've been watching anime. Pepperidge Farm has been watching anime. I've been watching Gachi Akuda. I need to watch Apothecary Diaries. I've been watching JJK. I've been watching Freevrend. Oh my God, I've been eating anime eaters. Anime eaters. Any anime eaters in here? Any eaters in here, bro? We've been munching. Yum, 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 yum. It's been so good. It's been so good. TV, film. Okay, we got anybody watch Pluribus? Any of you guys watching any new TV shows? I actually haven't been watching too much since Pluribus. I'm always waiting for. I wait for high quality shows. I don't watch filler TV anymore. You know, like TV that's just on for the sake of TV. I don't watch that no more. If I'm going to watch a show or a movie, you guys watch Zootopia 2? Zootopia 2, absolute cinema. I can't wait for Zootopia to come out so I can watch it over and over and over and over and over. Zootopia 2 was a masterpiece, right? See, look at us talking about the things that we love. You feel that? You feel the serotonin? You feel the dopamine? All right? You feel that? Do you feel like, oh, that relaxation, bro? Ooh, yeah, yeah. We include some of that as well. Oshinoko, I need to watch, bro. Oshinoko, man. Oshinoko is so funny because the first episode is like literally its own movie, and then everything else just changes after that. I can't believe that. Like Oshinoko's pivot was so insane. The pivot from episode 1 to everything else, it could have just stayed at episode 1 and just built off that, but it's fine. I like it. I enjoy it. The world is in big trouble after appearing in 665K files, bro. Iron Lung. I didn't get to watch Iron Lung. Did anybody watch it? I heard it got $20 million, bro. Markiplier had a budget of $3 million. Okay, pause. So we're actually doing the thing that I said that we're going to do. We were going to cover the news. I'm not doing anything in order. I need a person. I need like a person that can keep my ADHD from like throwing me to. I need a person. I guess it's you guys. I need somebody who can keep me on track. And it's you guys, but you guys are the problem. Because when I'm saying, hey guys, I need to lock in, keep me on track, you guys are like, ooh, let's fuck with Omni, bro. Let's ask him a question that's going to completely throw him off tangent. Let's fuck him up. Let's gaslight him. Let's ruin him. It's terrible. You guys are terrible people. Sometimes I think you guys are my ops. Sometimes I think you get off. Sometimes I think you guys get off on it. I'll be looking at the chat and looking for like safety, and it's just, let's fuck this nigga up. The critics gave it a 2.5. Okay, so all right. Let's lock in on this one thing. I feel like so instead of multitasking, which is what is actually a bad thing, let's lock in one objective at a time. I know that sounds crazy. Starting a task and then finishing the task. I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds like monumentally like something, but listen, we're going to start a task and in between starting and ending it, we will not do anything else. Okay, you ready? We're going to try it. My favorite breakfast foods? Oh man, I love breakfast. I love breakfast, bro. Okay, let's do it. Boom. Boom. Ready, set, go. Chat. Help me figure out how to highlight. I'm going to talk to you guys like your chat GPT. Chat, help me figure out how to highlight comments. I really want to shame people. There's a way where I can really want to bully people. I want to bully you. That's what I want to do. That's number one. You are a comedy for dreaming so brightly. No, we're on the plot. This is the plot. The plot is to make that's the plot. This is objective number one. You can pin it on YouTube. Let me say, I want it to appear down here because I saw it on something before. Let's see. If I go to customization, there's a way to make it pop up. Don't speak to you like your AI. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dang, I'm getting pretty commanding there, aren't you? Might like it. All right. This is a new thing. Let's not get frustrated just because we don't understand it yet. So if I go to my channel, am I more bald today than I was yesterday? No. Not really, because we don't understand it yet. Okay, there we go. So I'm on my chat. I'm going to turn it down so it doesn't echo the audio. This message is held for review. We need racist Omni back. Okay, now I can see some of the comments that aren't making it. Racist Omni never left. See, this is why I don't like YouTube, right? Somebody on YouTube said we need racist Omni back. Why should that be? Why did that get blocked? Okay, so let's see. This message is held for review. Oh, maybe we should create. Okay, I know we're deviating, but this might be an important deviation. Maybe we should create YouTube mods first, like moderators for YouTube. Maybe we need to do that because I have Twitch moderators, but maybe we need some YouTube moderators. Let's see. How do I do that? Engage with your audience. Add emotes. Top fans. Moderation activity. Timestamps. I'm about to give some people some weapons. Remember, chat. With great power comes great responsibility. Oh, I can see super chats. So wait, what is this? Is there a way I can interact with this? I can heart it. Oh, snap. I can see super chats directly. There you are, right there. Jeff, the fighter. Appreciate it, homie. Thank you for being you, Omni. Your uploads brighten my day. Oh, well, thank you for being you. No, I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. I'm glad that me existing is enough. I'm glad. Because sometimes, you know what I mean? Put user in timeout for donating $5 to me. No, don't do that. Channel activity, go to channel, report, remove. No, none of these things. Okay. Pinning comments on stream? I need to figure this out. All right, be patient with me, chat. You putting your name in for it? All right, I got to figure out how to add you guys. Let's see. Uh-oh. I accidentally removed my... Uh-oh. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh. My computer froze. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know how like your uh-oh. You know how the browser like shuts down or freezes and you're like, uh-oh. It's about to stop. Uh-oh. You know how you be trying to click things? You guys ever be on your browser and now nothing responds and you're like, uh-oh. Am I about to get blue screened? You ever do that? You ever be like, do, and nothing starts working? You're like, uh-oh. But it won't even go to the part where it says end task. Uh-oh. Okay, so browser has ceased. Oh, I can minimize it. That's a good sign. But okay, there we go. We're back. So let's go back to my channel. Dashboard. Go live, but I'm already live. It's weird. I'm already live, but it's not showing you guys it's not showing you guys here. Connect your encoder. That's so strange. So like I'm on a screen that says live streaming. So connect your encoder to go live. And it's literally just not showing you guys here. It doesn't even show the chats. What up? I'm good. I'm alive. I'm just barely breathing. It still says super spooky game stream. See, yeah, we gotta figure this out. This is unacceptable. Manage? There it is. Okay. Close. I found it. Here we are. Streaming software type. Live now, public, no restrictions. Edit title get shared, but it's doing its thing. Okay, so we're here with the manage. This is actually an important tab. Okay. Figment of the imagination. Don't say that. Don't do this to me. Hey, Gravitas, thank you so much for the 11 months. What's up, gang? Early morning stream? Yes. We're doing something new. We're doing something fun. We're evolving. That guy is lying. My YouTube shows the stomach exploded thumbnail title. Okay. Okay. I'm going to Google how to highlight YouTube chat stream on OBS. Am I using OBS? No, I'm using Streamlabs desktop. Should I be using OBS? Yes, I'm using Streamlabs. Okay. On Streamlabs. I'm trying to figure out how to publicly humiliate my chat. To highlight YouTube chat in Streamlabs desktop, enable the chat highlight widget in your dashboard. Okay, I know where that is. I can do that. Dashboard. Oh boy, here we go. Public humiliation. I'm in my dashboard. All widgets. Oh. Chat highlight. Pin and highlight chat messages. Oh. It says it's enabled. And then I add it down here as a source. Oh, we're getting close. Add it to the browser source in your scene. And then how do we add it as a source? Oh my God, I think I got it. Highlight. I see. Okay. I see the jar, subscription goal, game widget, follower goal, chat highlight. Add. Did I hear that shit? Fuck was that? Okay. Add source. Did I hear that? Okay. By hovering over the right side of the chat message and see a thumbtack icon. Clicking the icon will pin the message to the widget. Let's try it. So if I hover, I don't see no. Oh, so, okay. In my Streamlabs, I see a Twitch and I see multi-stream tab. If I hit Twitch, then I can see everybody who's typing from Twitch. But if I hit multi-stream, I can see everybody. So I can hit tab on, let's see. I see what comment that I'm gonna try to highlight. Pin. 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 Oh wait, it did pin. Well, you pinned it, Lauren. How to highlight a comment as a comment. With shame on scream. Send 1143. I didn't do that. What about chaotic? Pen. I want to shame people. Okay, so name settings, source. Hey, sarcastic nonsense. Thanks for the 35 months, baby. Every time something explodes in Omni, something insane happens in the newsphere. It seems like my body is one with the world. And I don't know if I like that. I don't think I'm happy with that. Use this widget by hovering over the right side of a chat message to see a thumbtack. Clicking the icon will pin the message to the widget for its duration or until you click the unpin button. So when I click it, nothing fucking I hate technology. Literally nothing happens. Unlimited pin duration. Save settings. You can also do it on YouTube. Supported platforms, Twitch and YouTube. Let me try it on YouTube. Let me see. So if I go to my, now I can see you guys. Okay, so now I can see you guys on the goddamn YouTube studio. Okay. I see you now. Let's see if I can pin message. I pinned it. I pinned both, to be honest. So I pinned it, but it didn't do anything. I'm growing frustrated. No, don't. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Don't worry. You know, we can think about this like kind of like a puzzle that I am getting fucking annoyed with. I have to do it on Streamlabs. Okay, so I'm in Streamlabs, and when I'm on Streamlabs, if I hit multi-stream, there is no way. Cloudbot and Slobs. Cloudbot. What's Cloudbot? Cloudbot. I've heard of that actually. I know where that is. Cloudbot. That's not on the left-hand side, right? Cloudbot. Where's Cloudbot? I'm trying to make it in front of this stream here. I really, really need this. Speed. I need this. It's an add-on you can get on Streamlabs. I've seen it before. What's up, Loki? Okay, so it's here. All widgets. There it is, Cloudbot. I found it. Okay. So it says Cloudbot, Twitch and active, YouTube and active. What is Cloudbot? Should I just hit activate? Should I just activate this shit? I'm gonna just activate. Is it okay? If I activate it, nothing bad gonna happen, right? I'm learning now that YouTube chat is being updated. Better late than never. Try it out. All right, here we go. Bro, if I get cooked, here I go. Activate. Don't forget to mod Streamlabs by going to YouTube Studios, settings, community, Streamlabs. Okay. Gotta mod the bot. Settings. Community moderation. And what does it want me to do? Settings, community, and adding Streamlabs as a moderator. Managing moderator? Okay. Add Streamlabs. Okay, there. Streamlabs is now a moderator. Save. Okay. I wonder if I have add it as a for Twitch too. Yeah, I do. Got to mod it on Twitch as well. Okay, so Twitch / Simple Flips. My guy, thank you for the 1 year, man. Streamlabs is already a moderator for the channel. Thank you for the 1 year, gang. How are you, brother? Hope you're doing well. Okay. The much simpler answer is to SS copy paste the comment into a box on your overlay. Oh, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by overlay? Speak English. Overlay. There's a lot of things laying over shit right here, bro. Like what would you have on your face and channel? I can copy your comment right here. Watch, look, and then paste it. And now it's a chat. You talk about the chat box? Are you talking about the chat box? This is like friggin' Unc tries to figure out how to use technology. I don't remember things being this complicated. I'm still trying to figure out how to highlight comments. I'm not on the sign quest. The goal I'm trying to do, Simple Flips, is I want to be able to take any comment, either Twitch or YouTube, and I want it to appear, look where my hands are. Look literally where my hands are. You can make it pop open like a box. And it'll show the entire comment. It'll even show the profile picture of the person. You said open Streamlabs desktop. Do I not have it open? I'm literally streaming on it. How do I open something that's already... I can't even stream. I'm streaming on it. I can't open it. It's already open. It's like, open the door, Omni. The door is open. You want me to open something that's already open? Okay. Sorry. Do not lose it. Keep it together, bro. We're live. Use screen cap on OBS. Screen cap. Add the source button. I did, and it was chat highlight. And it didn't work. Streamer bot. Uh-huh. On YouTube, on iOS, it just pinned the comment on the top of the chat. Can't you just move the text box, buddy? The text box. No, if I have to do that every single time. I'm saying that there's a way where you can literally we're gonna need some background music for this? Okay. We need some background music for this? You guys want to be stressed? No, I don't want to be stressed. I was about to play popcorn. Also, no, you know what? I also got to be careful with music because YouTube is ass. I might play one song and it demonetizes my entire... No, I'm not even playing with that. When I play one song on YouTube, it'll be like, hey, your entire 5-hour episode of streaming has been nullified. Goodbye. I'm not putting it on music. Stop it. Stop asking me to do things that are separate from that task. Stop it. I need to start reading chat, but I have to read chat. This is a conundrum. It means I'm going to have to pick and choose what to respond to. I can't respond to everything. So every time I see a chat, right, my brain wants to respond to everything. But now I have to pick and choose. I have to be like, no, not that one. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. Okay. So I'm on my ad source. And I see. Let's read it. Display, that's the capture sources. There's video and audio. There's media, instant replay, media file, tip goal, follower goal, viewer count, streamer balls, credits, spin the wheel, sponsor banner, media share, subscription goal, poll, emote wall. What the hell is an emote wall? Then I got chat highlight. Game widget. Nah, I gotta ignore y'all are, see, this is what I said, you guys are ops. I'm literally trying to focus on one thing and you guys are trying to get me to focus on other things. I see what you're doing. Yes, I do fuck with Terrain. I see what you're doing. You're doing it. This is why I called you guys ops. You guys could all just be with me right here. You could all lock in with me and just help me do one thing at a time. Close. Chat highlight. Message settings, name settings, source. Done. Do it. Oh, I can send a message to just Twitch people or just YouTubers? Huh? Huh? But then I can hit YouTube? Huh? Huh? Or all? Huh? Huh? Okay. Anyway, I know what that does now. Anyway, let's go back to Twitch chat. Cheer. It's not a mode. It's not chat settings. It's not the shield mode. It's not the bits. And you know what? I just thought about, what if it's because I need to like refresh? If it's some bullshit where it's like I need to start it over and then it works if I cut it off and cut it on, I'd be so pissed. Don't y'all hate that when the answer is like the bullshit answer? It's like, oh, you just gotta cut all the app and put it back on. But I'm not gonna do that. But what if that was the answer? I know it's not the answer. I know it's not, because when it comes to troubleshooting, oh, wow. I can look at my users in chat. Interesting. Okay, anyway. I appreciate you guys just chilling with me while I troubleshoot. I promise that when it's done, can you just be patient with me? But just be patient with me, please. Anyway, let's go back to CloudBot. Maybe that'll work. So caps protection, restrict viewers from spamming all caps. No, don't need that shit. Restrict viewers from spamming messages with too many symbols. Link protection. I think that's already on. Restrict words from appearing on chat. I don't need protection, bro. I'm trying to raw dog bullying people right now. Name. Create a bot account? No. I don't want to create a bot account. Modules. Chat alerts. Get notified in chat whenever an activity happens, like a donation or a subscription. 8-ball game. You can play 8-ball. Allow viewers to ask questions to the 8-ball. Emote combo. Emote pyramid. Commands. Oh my god, I have a lot of commands. I have a lot of commands. I don't remember these. Anyway, timers. Bro, I got a lot of commands. Who added these? I hope they're all okay. What is this? Pending users. Queue. Who's a pending user? Loyalty? Oh my god. I can see who is my most loyal people based on people who have donated with points and hours watched. Oh my god. Wow. Jojo, are you in here? Because Jojo, you are literally, and Snap, you guys are my most loyal. Store? Polls? Betting? Giveaways, user management. Yeah, this isn't giving me anything. Choose your protection level. Let's go back to Google. It says enable a chat widget. Oh, there's a video.
Where you can display and pin a message from your chat on your live stream to help your viewers see what question you are answering. However you want to use the chat highlight widget, it's simple to do and easy to customize, and this is how it works. To add the chat highlight widget, open Streamlabs OBS. Click on the plus sign to add a new.
What is this? Yes. Log in, download all widgets, enable the widget with the chat highlight feature. So I'm running into an issue where when I press it, nothing pops up. When I press chat the button, I'm there. I've made it all the way to the end. I had to add chat highlight and Streamlabs this time. Add source widgets, chat highlight, add source, how the highlight comment will appear on your stream. It doesn't show anything. Why? It literally just doesn't fucking show how your viewer's username is. When the viewer send a message, a pin icon will appear. Click the green pin icon. The pin message will now be visible. I need like a troubleshoot as to why it doesn't appear when I do it. So let's stop skipping. Add source, chat highlight, customize the widget you just found, adjusting the message name settings to fit your stream style. Duration 20. Like message settings. Text color. Let's just change the text color to blue. See what happens. Done. Change the size of the overlay. The size is pretty large. Control audio. Use custom frame rate. No. Did you add the source to widget? Yes. The source is literally at the top of my list. It's at the top of my list. So it's like, because it's at the top of the source, right? It should be above everything. I added the event list. Like, here's the event list, right? It worked perfectly. Then I want to do chat highlight, and then I come over here and I try to pin you. Nothing happens. Why, God? What have I done to deserve this? What if I switch the Twitch scene? So let's go here. Now let's try it. Redo the widget if it's broken. I might need to redo it. Am I using Caster Labs? No, I'm using Streamlabs. Oh, edit your stream title description. You can do that from there. Also, there's primary chats, which is interesting. What happens if I make YouTube my primary chat? Update. Oh, snap. Now I can see YouTube as the people as most. Okay, sign into chat. I have to sign into my own chats from the. And I don't know my password. Oh, get out of my face. Get out of my face with this. View your live stream in web browser. Go to live dashboard. I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. think I want to give up. Okay. How much time have we spent on this? Probably like 30 minutes. I think I want to give up. What do you think? We give up? Yes, we give up. I'll add this on. Where's my ego? Bro, I've had ego death a long time ago, bro. Where's yours? And what are you doing with it? How about we return to this later? Yeah. Try watching to the end of the tutorial again. Okay, I'll try that. I don't like giving up on something that I can't figure out because I don't like leaving things unresolved. But I will try.
New source. Click on chat highlight in the widget section and rename it if you wish, or just leave it at chat highlight and add it. On the next process here, you will see an option to customize your chat highlight settings directly in Streamlabs OBS, or you can customize them on the dashboard. We're going to go into detail on the various customize options in just a moment, but for now, click done and your chat highlight widget will be ready to go. You have the option to customize the look and settings of the chat highlight widget when you add it to Streamlabs OBS. However, we recommend that you go over to the Streamlabs dashboard to customize it. The interface and being able to use it is way easier there, so do that to make it easier on yourself. When making changes, you'll see there's a few different settings you can play around with. Default settings, message settings, name settings. In here, you can make changes to things like message pin duration, changing the font, font size, font weight, font color, and background color. Take a moment here, customize it to what you think would be best for your brand. If you're not a fan of Streamlabs OBS or just don't like, copy the widget URL, open OBS, and add a browser source.
I'm gonna try that one. I'm gonna do it at about browser source. A browser source. Chat highlight, please. And then add source. Oh, hello. You guys can see that. Okay. And then I put in the source.
And paste in the widget URL. Now your chat highlight widget should now appear in your broadcasting software. To customize the chat widget in OBS, it's the same steps as we said earlier in this video.
Okay. So now it's gonna work. Is it gonna work now? No. It's fraud. It's fraudulent. Open thread. There's threads. Oh well. Okay. Okay. I give up. I give up. Okay? I've been defeated. I've done everything that it says. I've done everything. Right? Text start bottom. Have I done everything now? I have a hard time letting go. Supported platforms. Yeah, it's all checked. It's all checked. It's all checked. I have this weird feeling that it has something to do with refreshing. You could just screenshot messages and post them on the screen for now. No! No. I have a special thing in mind, bro. You know what I mean? Anyway. I think I give up. Let me try it on here. Yes, I give up. Okay, that's over. I've given up. Moving on. Figure this out offline. The next thing that I wanted to do was, are you going to have mods on YouTube? Yes, I do need a couple mods on YouTube. So if I go to live streaming, I can't see the chat no more, but now I can see the chat. Okay, here we go. How do I make this wider? Pop out the chat. Bigger. Okay, now I see YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. How are you? Let's see here. If I click somebody, I can go to their channel. I can pin their message. I can put the user in timeout. I can add them. Our YouTubers post things and I can find you guys. If you're a YouTube chatter, say some stuff and you want to be a mod and I know you pretty well. That would be helpful as well. What up, Clippy? It's okay to take breaks but never give up. Okay, I won't. That sounds like somebody. That sounds like somebody that could be a mod. That sounds like a main character. Ray, you have been modded. Save. Jaden said, I would be an awesome mod, so choose me. See, it's the people who seek power that should not have power. I don't want to be a mod, but howdy. See, there we go. There we go. I don't want to be a mod, you're a mod. That's how it works. For those of you who you fell for the trap. I want to be a mod. I want to be a mod. Nope. That just shows me. It means you're drunk with power. you failed the first hunter exam. You failed it. Oh no! Now you're trying to reverse psychology me. So now you're trying to play me. Now you're trying to play me. Man, I would hate to be a mod. Yo, Griffith. Okay, Griffith. I know you. So I can, but you're usually in the on Twitch, but you're in. You're in. Shakur, okay, you're in. You're in, Shakur. You did say that before. That is moderator. Uh-oh, people getting their badges, bro. People getting their badges, bro. Uh-oh. Here we go. The regime has begun. The regime has begun. The divide. Yes. You keep asking where's my cat? Stop trying to distract me while I'm giving power. I'm doing some executive orders here. I'm creating a kingdom for us. Creating my agents. Agents of chaos. Can you be a mod? I don't know. Can you? Mod me. I'm going to rule with a bloody fist. See, I was about to mod you actually because I like that energy. Oh, Loki, what up? But look, here's the problem. Yeah, Loki's. I got you, Loki. I got you, Loki. Low key. Low key sings in low key. Loki. Modding for a racist? What does that make you? A cleaner fist? Why is that hidden? You can't say the word fist on YouTube? You can't say daddy on YouTube? I need you guys to fix this. I need, why does YouTube is such PG? You can't even say dirty. You doing me dirty. That's crazy. What are my orders? Orders? Execute. Execute order. Brand deals and sponsorships. Ha ha ha. Ultimate mod. I'm intrigued. You've been added. Anybody else? I'm judging you guys based on what you're saying. I'm looking at what you're saying, and I'm you guys might not think this, but this is a strategic power assignment. This is strategic. We got enough on Twitch for now. We'll do a refresh on there. YouTube is so baby, bro. You guys can't even say the word dirty. What does that even mean? Lauren, how are you? You get to be both. I got to stop pausing? What do you mean? I have to stop pausing? You mean like I need to be talking nonstop without my audio ever finishing? Hello, Omni. Mod me. You're gay. Yeah, I got you, brother. I got you. Finally, somebody who sees me for who I really am. When will my reflection show who I am inside? Been watching you since? Quit full time? Okay. That's it. If you've been here since the OG days and you gotta come through. Is this like a Kaisenet stream? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? YouTube Automod has gotten really restrict? Yeah, I don't like it. With great power comes great responsibility. As chat. You know, I like that meme. It's so funny. All you have to do is just say like a phrase and then just say as. And it's actually funny. You mean Kirby and Nez? Oh my god. Fucking demon. Okoboko in my ears? You make all my dreams. Okoboko? I like that. Okoboko. All right, there we go. We've got enough mods. That's enough. That's enough for now. All right. Please don't abuse your power. Okay? I'm the only person that's allowed to abuse power here. Okay, we'll pause for now. I'll send some more later. Okay? All right. 100. 100, 100, 100. Okay. X. Okay, we fixed that. Okay, that's good. Oh, is it Cloudbot that's doing it? See, you told me to activate Cloudbots, and you telling me that Cloudbot is making people upset. So let's fix that. Let's disable it or make sure that there's no moderation. Save changes. Cloudbot. Protection. There we go. That's fine. Okay. All right. We're good. We're done. We've given up on the chat highlight, right? It doesn't work. Yes, we've given up. GG's. GG's. Give up. Broken widget is broken. I wonder if it's because I haven't updated my Streamlabs. No, I've updated it. Widget themes. Alert box. Chat is fine. Event list is fine. We don't care about the viewer counts because we're just doing it for the vibes. For the vibes. Emote wall, goal, followers, support goal, stars, poll. I think that's it. I think we're done, chat. I think we finished. Zaza, is there a way to remove the viewer count for YouTube? Because I hate seeing it on the dashboard. I don't know. This is my first time streaming on YouTube, so I'm just not that person to ask that question. Apologies. Sumimasen. Okay, let's take a break from the troubleshooting. Let me delete some tabs because I have a lot of tabs open. Close, close, close. Keep that open. Close. Close. Dark mode back on. Okay, let's take a breather. Let's come up for air. Multi-stream back on. Drama time? No. Let's take a breather. Let's come back from air. How are you guys doing? First, I thought you did this before. I'm always missing your Twitch streams. Yeah, I thought I did this before too. That's why I don't understand why it's not working. It's like, it's really weird that it's not. I don't understand it. Bro, I'm not even tech illiterate. I'm like, I think the tech itself is illiterate. Like, I'm a Trouble King God. Troubleshooting King God. Have to go to the gym later? Unfortunately. No. What do you mean? Fortunately. Going to the gym gives you endorphins, bro. You stopped using it and updated it? I don't know. I'm about to go on my break, so feeling better. That's good. Ray. I'm happy for you. I'm drawing men kissing. Send me some of that yaoi. Send me that yaoi. Yeah, I said it. Hope is high supply right now. Independent film has never felt better. Yeah. Thunder Curry now, don't develop a tech tone mindset. Otherwise, you're streaming for... If you're not a tech boy, just say so. Bro. Pokey. I underestimated how many people actually hate Pokemon. I underestimated it. You guys know me, and I have no enemies. Except for two, I say it all the time, Johnny Somali and the black dude that dances every time he eats. 2 enemies. That's it. But that's it. I don't have no enemies. Nobody else is my enemy. But damn. Like every time I see how many people hate Pokemon, I'm like, damn. That's a lot. There's so much visceral energy. Who is Tectone? Tectone is a streamer with mythic talent. The people OTK. Part of the whole group with Asmongold, Emaru, bald white guy. He was in a court document. He was in a civil case with his ex-girlfriend, Pikachu. Is her name Pikachu? And apparently, gang lost the civil suit. There was like confirmations that he's like schizophrenic. And he's getting banned. He can't use guns for 10 years. And something about stalking, sexual abuse, admitting to pivoting to the right-wing grift in order to stay relevant. It was a lot. It was a lot of shit. And then apparently he made a stream, and I didn't get to watch the stream. I was waiting for all this information to like come to a head for him to reply. But then he made a stream reply And I think he's fine. I remember I just saw a clip from Yeet or something, and it was like a clip. And I think he's fine. I think like most of his chat was like www. So I was like, damn. Damn. Apparently he has decades old enemy. Yeah. Asmon but bald. Pokemon hate is mostly just misogyny and her rage baiting people who already hate her. That's what I thought at first. But then there's women. It's not just misogyny. It goes past misogyny. I only saw him as the guy who sat in front of a camera and was like, all right, chat, I don't usually make videos like this, but that's good. That's good. No, you don't have to apologize for. All right, let me teach you guys something here. Do not apologize for something that's not worth apologizing for. I need you guys to get out of that people pleasing. I want to cure everybody from people pleasing tendencies. Don't apologize for something that doesn't deserve an apology. Okay, I know some people say it's like, tact, but I do not accept your apology. Yes, women can be misogynistic too, but I don't think there's like equivalent of dislike Pokimane equals misogynist. But not all people who dislike Pokimane are misogynists, but there are misogynists who dislike Poke. Technically, not all misogynists hate Poke either. They're selective misogyny. Actually, most men will hate a woman, but they'll make an exception if the woman acknowledges that man's existence. Suddenly, validation. You're one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones. Here's $100. It's funny. Most simps are actually misogynists. They're just selective. Is it wild that I find Pokimane low-key hilarious? I find a lot of her clips hilarious. I do. I honestly, for real, if you're a broke boy, just say so. I find that funny. That's some funny shit. That's some funny shit. Nigga, you ain't funny. That's a legendary clip, bro. That's like top 5. That's top 5. That's up there with low tier God. Nigga, she needs to own that. She needs to go to kick, bro. You got to own that. I say that shit all the time. That's a part of my roster. Nigga, and I'm not being like funny about it. I genuinely think it's comedic. I genuinely do. And there's nothing that you can say to shame me into being like, Amity, why would you find that funny? What are you going to shame me into my humor? Sorry. Doesn't work. Your spells don't work on me. We can't let low tier God be funny anymore. So this brings up an interesting concept. Okay. Can you, just because a person might not be a good person, doesn't mean that the person's not funny, right? Just because a person might not be a good person doesn't mean they don't make good music. Nah, can't acknowledge that this person is funny or makes good music because they're not a good person. That's such a stupid take, in my opinion. Right? Both can be true. You can be a terrible person and a funny person. You can be a terrible person who makes brilliant art. You can be a genius and a terrible person, right? It's not like one and the same where it's like, if you're terrible, well, now everything that makes you is, you can't do that. In fact, I think being a certain level of evil is necessary for comedy. Certain level of You gotta have a certain level of like, you gotta be a certain level of just messed up in the head sometimes to reach that pristine humor. Humor is like wine, but instead of like, when you age evil. No, that doesn't make any sense. Humor is like, evil can add to humor. When you see the world in an evil way, it means that your brain chemistry comes up with certain combinations of words that just aren't in non-evil people's vocabulary, right? If you're like a happy person and you're just good, you're a good person, there's just going to be a certain train of thought that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist for you. Yes, you have to teeter the line with humor. As you guys probably know, I love humor because I use humor to cope with trauma. Over the years, I've learned to address my drama without humor, okay? But I enjoy using humor as a way of communicating simply because I like making people laugh. So, at heart, I'm a comedian. I like making people laugh. It's the people pleaser in me. The people pleaser in me, trauma has has what's the word that I'm looking for? I'm forgetting it. Anyway, it has turned into me trying to make people laugh in order for them to feel better. And that's what comedians have done. They're like people pleasers to the extreme. Corroded, manifested is the word. There we go. I got to laugh when Trump hit the quiet piggy. So let's have a talk. This is, I don't know if this is controversial, but a lot of people don't like Trump. I think he's a funny person. I think if he had not ran for president and was not on the Epstein and he didn't do all these, I think for all the evil shit that he didn't do, if he didn't do the evil shit, he'd be a pretty funny guy. And I think he's still a funny guy, but it doesn't take away from his evilness, right? So I think what happens is that some people correlate funny with good. And I think that's the error that a lot of people are having. A lot of people are correlating, if you are funny, then you are good. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't work like that. So anyway, I appreciate humor for what it is, and I like the concept of teetering. There was a concept, though, that I talked to with somebody recently when it comes to humor, comedians, and the responsibility of it. So chat, you guys this is a good, interesting discussion. I feel like there's different types of humor. There's cheap humor, there's low-hanging fruit, there's more complex ones, yada, yada, yada. But sometimes there's humor that is done in a way to just hurt people. So like, let's say a bully. Let's say a bully says they're just making fun of somebody, right? And they say, you're stupid little whatever, and you're just bullying somebody, and people around them laugh at it or whatever. And to them, subjectively, that is humor. Subjectively, that is funny, right? So when you take it into context, you can recognize, wow, this humor, the subjective comedy thing here that this person is creating is also them trying to bully another person into submission, to hurt them, to hurt them. So what I feel like when it comes to comedians is when you are practicing humor, that when you, there's no, in my opinion, there's no rules when it comes to comedy, but there's tact, and there's good comedians and there's bad comedians. There's good jokes and there's bad jokes. And the way that the type of humor that I like is, if you want to punch up, punch down, punch a certain group, hit targeted groups, that's fine. Be funny. But also have a purpose, because I think the true purpose of jesters and comedians, in my opinion, the true purpose is to tell the truth, is to bring light of things that people don't talk about, and a medium where people would want to listen to it. So I feel like if there is an underlying message, there is a reason for it, and you build up your humor. If you do the things where you make the jokes, but it's for a cause, it's for a reason, it's for a purpose. There's a meaning, there's direction, and then you circulate with that. Then I think it's okay. I think that's what good humor and comedy comes to. But if you're just for the sake of, calling people things for the sake of it, pretty chaotic, and it can go south pretty fast. That's how I feel about it. If you're going to make a joke, at least make it funny. People miss. Hit or miss. I guess you never miss. You got a boyfriend? I bet you never kiss you. So, here's a good example. A lot of people have issues with Dave Chappelle, who I've always believed is one of the greatest comedians of our time, and still is. But the way that he's told his comedy has changed. And it's like, how do I put it? I like people who make jokes at everybody's expense. If you're going to be a bully everybody. That bully everybody. Selective bullying is targeting. So if you so bully everybody, hit everybody. Everyone catches stray. Because if you only hitting just one target or certain groups or a certain field and that's it, then it becomes like a kind of like a targeted campaign. That's how I feel. That's why I'm racist to everybody, right? If I was just only racist to blacks, that's lame. But if I hate all races equally, that's what makes the world goes round. The blacks, gay. Shout outs to Friday Night Funkin'. It's like, if you could be racist to everybody. I can respect that. What happened to my stomach? I had a stomach virus. You got to go back into the stream. You'll call about it. You got to let everybody feel it. What's my opinion on Trevor Noah? Trevor Noah is interesting. So there was I know that there was the Grammys, and I saw a couple of clips. You know what? Okay, let's make this the segue. Finally on YouTube, no notification. I know there's something wrong. Oh, by the way, for those of you guys who are in the stream, whether it's YouTube or Twitch, make sure you hit the follow button or the sub notification, because I just want to make sure that it's working down here. You see the bottom right here? You see this thing right here where you guys are? I think this thing is supposed to also update if people follow or subscribe or they become a member or something like that. But just press it, because I just want to make sure that it's actually registering you guys so that I can see you guys' activity. Okay? You can donate if you want, but you don't have to donate. That's not what I'm actually asking for. Anyway, Trevor Noah is interesting. Trevor Noah in his prime. Yo, Protomem, that does work. Thanks for the resub, baby, to 32 months. I like that. It does work. So Trevor Noah, in my opinion, is pretty interesting. I think that Trevor Noah is a good host. I actually think he's one of our better hosts in terms of the people who do the Grammys. I like his old stand-up. Trevor Noah in his prime, in my opinion, was his old stand-up. And then his stand-up kind of, in my opinion, how do I put this? Trevor Noah's stand-up was good during his prime because it was novel. But I feel like as he has gone on, it feels like he's repeating his humor, and it's almost like he needs to do something different because it's the same flow chart. And I don't know, it doesn't hit the same when you see it again. So here's a good example. Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart is the comedian who can do the same flow chart, but it always is funny because Kevin Hart's flow chart, specifically as a comedian, is to always be in a constant state of laughing at his own joke. Okay. I've studied Kevin Hart for a long time. The secret to the humor that is Kevin Hart is that he is always telling a joke and trying to not laugh at his own joke. And when someone's telling a joke, but also trying not to laugh at their own joke, it causes you as the audience to start leaning in to the laughter as well. You start leaning in because he's telling it in a way where he's already trying not to laugh. And that's Kevin Hart. You know, I do a Kevin Hart impression. What's Kevin Hart? The other day, I was outside and I went up. I can't do Kevin Hart. I can't do it off. I can't do impressions when you ask me to do impressions. I can only activate my Bankai like naturally. Okay. When I'm in the zone. I'm not in the zone right now. But anyway, Kevin Hart will do it and he'll tell the jokes. I mean, he tells the jokes and he'll be laughing, but kind of not already laughing. And he'll get ready. And then suddenly you're laughing at Kevin Hart for trying to tell a joke as opposed to the joke itself. The jokes are good, but Kevin Hart's goofy demeanor of trying to tell jokes is his main selling point, in my opinion. Why is the title Back to Spooky Game? Please say if that's not so. Are you capping, YouTube? Please tell me it is not. Welcome, Zanza. Welcome to the first stream. Kevin Hart movie, not so bueno. Kevin Hart, not movie, not so. Kevin Hart, not so bueno. Kevin Hart with The Rock, good. But Kevin Hart gets exhausting. It's back to spooky month. Chat, I don't like streaming. I don't like it. You're right, it is back. Okay. My stomach exploded. Why did it do that? What do you mean? Oh, when you nod your head yes, but you wanna say no. What do you mean? Okay. So we're on a tangent, aren't we? Okay, so we're talking about jokes. So, Kevin Hart. Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's humor has evolved over time. He went from silly, goofy humor, but he's evolved. You know, he went from back to the early days. You know, we're talking about niggas type humor, talking about white people type humor, the racism humor. Started there back then with Martin, Eddie Murphy, all the greats. Then went up to Comedy Central. He did his Chappelle show, absolute peak. You know, then something happened. Pepperidge Farm happened. Hollywood happened. I don't know. Man saw some things. He was involved in some stuff. Hollywood, something happened. He was like, this ain't safe. Something happened. My man got traumatized. Something happened. Or it could have been money and he wasn't getting the money that he wanted and he got pissed off. Who knows? Who cares? Anyway, his humor started to evolve and change and be even more and more. But then people felt like his humor started to get a little bit weird because he started to get into gender identity politics and started to poke at the current state of the world. And there's people are saying that now there's a woke culture where people are more sensitive. And I think there's a little bit of truth into all of it. But in my opinion, I feel like Dave Chappelle's humor got a little bit lazy. That's how I feel. I think he's still a funny person, but I feel like he started to make comedy that's like low hanging fruit. He's masterful. Dave Chappelle is actually better than sometimes what I see. So when I'm seeing him making some jokes, I'm like, that's lazy. That's a lazy joke. He could be better. You could be better. I've seen better. This is lazy. And when you see somebody who's really good start to revert to like lazy type humor or easy humor or low hanging fruit, I'm like, come on, bro. This is not your peak. That's how I feel about Dave Chappelle. I don't think he's hungry anymore either. I don't sense the monster in him. You don't feel like comedians evolve? Some do. Some do. Bro, Kevin Hart evolved, but sometimes people reach a peak. Like some people do reach a peak. And then also there's like certain types of humor, in my opinion, that doesn't evolve with time. Right? So like the type of humor that would have been acceptable for the 80s and the 90s, if you try to do that in 2025, it feels out of touch. Right? Like a good example is there's a lot of black comedians, usually in their 50s or in their 60s, who are still trying to do stand-up, but their stand-ups are still very, very 80s, 90s coded. You know, it's like black people, you know, yeah, I hate us blacks, right? It's like, okay, I get it. We're talking about black people. Come on, let's make the joke. Nah, man. And the white people too. And then it's like, oh, okay, now we're moving on to the white people. Like, okay, cool. Let's see if this is funny. And it's like they kept that same flow chart. And it's not, it would have worked in the 90s. It would have worked. But now in the 2025s, it's like, come on, man. Evolve. Yo, Iggy, thanks for the $2. Insert regular show joke for stomach exploding. Robin Williams' comedy never targeted minorities and was still some of the funniest comedy skits ever. Robin Williams has made jokes about minorities. He's made jokes about disabled people. He's made some he's made some terrible jokes. Robin Williams is a nasty dude, okay? Robin Williams is also the GOAT. Robin Williams is one of the most versatile comedians of all time. Oh, I'll be right back. I think there's something at my door. All right, I had a package. Okay. Okay. I want to do something else. We're moving on. I want to do a notification thing with this with alerts. That could be offline. I could do that one offline. No, we can do it here too. All right, so let's see. Let's exit out of here. No, I should do that offline. That's going to take a while. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do that one offline. So the question was about Trevor Noah. So yeah, I heard there was some jokes. Oh, I know what we can do. Let's do this. Let's actually set up our viewing experience for Twitter, shall we? Because you guys know that we will be looking at Twitter. And the first thing I see is Markiplier has thanked his fans for Iron Lung making $21 million. Absolutely goated. Okay, so let's create this. Let's see. Time for some more movie magic. What I want to do is this. Okay, so this is what we currently have going on. This is ugly as shit. This is so ugly. So let's fix it. This is what we call ratchet. So what we're going to do is first close down there. We're going to do that. Then do that. That actually works. That kind of works. Okay, so we got that screen. I feel like that's good. I feel like that's good. Then we got me. What we doing with me? What we doing with y'all? How do we organize this? Something like this. Bugsy Malone? Who's Bugsy? I know Bubsy. Okay. It's kind of what we do for the Layered Omnis, right? What am I going to do with you guys? Put chat in the top right. What if I just got rid of you guys here? Goodbye. Ah. Clean. You know, you don't need to be the center of attention everywhere. All right? That's what we have. That's what we have this for. Oh, I don't like that you guys disappear. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. Why did that happen? What the fuck? Why did... God damn. What is happening? Are y'all seeing this? Is it y'all are like loading like at the hill? The hill? Okay. Anyway. Alright, so we'll just put this here, I suppose. So So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. For the viewing experience, I'm thinking maybe we shouldn't have chat on every page. But I like chat. It feels more interactive. Do I show up in Iron Lung? Nah. Unfortunately, me and Marky don't go that. We don't. Marky Moo don't know who I am. He don't know me, bro. Chat, crop it. Okay, let's try to crop it. So come back to here. I'll go to chat. Chat, you're back. Welcome back, chat. My question is if I change chat here, does it replicate itself somewhere else? Like if I change it, let me see. If I do this here and then I go back to here. Okay, no, it doesn't. But if I change it in another setting, it does. So let's crop it. Let's see. Bam. No, I don't think Marky Moo is ever going to know who I am. How's that? Ooh, I can only have it like, how about that? Down here. Where do I put you guys? Right there? I don't know where to put you guys, man. Good morning, Big Mike. Oh, I have a good idea. No, that doesn't work. What if I had hmm. 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 Free space for the left, similar to when you have the sponsors. Oh, so you're saying I could? Oh, 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 oh! Tetris? Did we just Tetris? Oh, oh! Bro? Oh my god! Is this what it's like to be an architect? Is this like engineering? Won't that affect the post? It's 2029. How many still fix engineering? I feel like every couple of years we have a stream where we're trying to create a stream. Okay. How does this look? Don't center it? Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I'll put you guys like right here. And then this. Like that. Oh my god. Like that? Bro, wait a minute. See, this is why it's so fun to do new things. Chat. Is this it? Did we cook? Is this an ordinary gamer stream? Is this it? Did we do it? We cooked. I think we cooked. Are we missing anything? Okay. But what are we missing? Like, so now I can like scroll, though I can't scroll. So now I need to figure out, I can't blind scroll on Twitter, right? But like, I can like, you know. No, here's the problem. Watch this. Watch this. If I click this, look at that. Now I can't see the top. See, see, see. I goofed. I goofed. Goofed. Okay. There we go. Ungoofed. There we go. So when you click the tweet, oh man, but it means I can't scroll. It means I gotta click the tweet every time. So it means I gotta click the tweet every time. Then if I go back to it, right? That's fine. Works. That works. That works. And then we click it. And bam. I think that works. It's not cropped properly though. Crop the face cam. What do you mean? Crop me? Am I too big? Okay. We need a Twitter exploring mode. That's what we're trying to create right now. So now we can explore Twitter, right? And we can look at comments and we can look at things. This feels clean, right? Do we need borders? No, we don't need borders. Right now, we don't need fancy. We need functional. Just have the face cam at the bottom layer. Oh, it is at the bottom. I'm at the bottom. I'm moving things around and mumbling congratulations to myself. Shouldn't we all do that? Isn't that good practice? This is good. Let's move on. Okay. So now we have a screen that allows us to look at Twitter. Wow. Okay. You know what else we need? Now we need a screen when we are looking at a video. Right? When we got to watch a video. Right, chat? It's also weird looking over to the left now and you're down here. Like with this one, all right? Every time I look, I'm looking at you guys. This feels right. Hey, I didn't do that thing. It feels right. But when I do it here, you're down there. It's a little weird. Whatever. We'll get used to it. I'm gonna like some of the only non-stop content on YouTube I have left to keep up, man. Hope your stomach didn't really explode. It did explode, but I'm alive. And thanks for watching. We'll try to grow. I mean, I don't think my content is slop. The word. Let's stop. Thank you. Sorry, I was about to go into a tangent about slop, but I will not. Okay. Is the videos? Okay, let's create that. Let's create that, right? So let's see here. Customizing it right now. Okay, we can get rid of this gaslighting thing. Okay, so that can go. You guys aren't gaslighting anymore? That's good to know. Goodbye. You guys got smaller though. Here. I wonder if I should make a separate chat box. No. I think I can just make you bigger, actually. I think I could just literally expand it. Pop, 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 pop. Okay. That's good. Don't let the ADHD win. I won't. You need a scene for when you do Wordle? No. No. Oh my gosh. Lauren, you want me to be a normie so bad. I refuse. Let's play Wordle, actually. That's a good idea. Let's play some Wordle. Hold up. I like that idea. Let's play today's Wordle. Let's take a break. Wordle time. Play. Wordle time. Wordle time. Let's put some music on too. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Can I hear music? That's good. Yes. Let's play a little bit of Wordle. Let's play some Wordle. Let's go. Okay. I don't play Wordle enough, so I don't know I don't know ooh, let's pick the most optimal word so that we can, because, I'm a go. I don't need to be, oh, let me pick the word that has all the letters in it because, no. Okay? I just play off vibes. Now today, I'm feeling the word is vibes. I'm feeling that the word is vibes. I got the I. There we go. Okay. 2. What I need to understand about this is there's no S and there's no E. No S, no E. There's an I. That means the other vowels would be an A or an O. Right? So like something like, it's got to be a consonant first, then I. Like T-I. Tiara, Let's just see it. That gives me a couple letters to play with. Ooh. King. Okay. So there is an A and an R, but it's not in the right place. So let's just joke with the fact that R, I, something A. There's no word Ria. That's not a word. But is there a word that has a red title? No. Something like the R doesn't have to be there, but it could be there. R-I. Trying to think of a word. R-I-G. I mean, there's right. But, it doesn't do the A, but it would give me data on T if there's a T. And a T is a pretty good word. That's not there's no word that starts with Riga. Right? Right. I might be making a mistake here trying to make this thing start with an R, but that's okay. How about, let's just do it for the data. Right. Ooh. Did you see that? Did you see that? Clocked in the G. Something, it's not an R, but something R-I-G. There's no, there's an A. Yo, thanks for the $5, baby. No way Omni is going to get this. Bro, I think I got it. Oh. We're trying to create a stream setup where occasionally, once a week, maybe twice, we can try to do a late Omni based on a stream and just see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then we'll just go back to just streaming on Twitch directly. And I'll go back to creating the videos, but at least we can try. You guys did like that, though. You guys did like that, right? You guys liked how I put N-I-G-G and it could have been an A or an R. God, legendary. Make sure that clip goes trending. Go. Put it on Yak6. Live stream fails. Go now. Do it. Go. I remember finding an Excel sheet with all the words. YouTube can just strike your video. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was an Excel. Yeah, I used to have that spreadsheet too as well. There were so many words that if you just put it in the description of your video, you get demonetized. It was terrible, actually. Okay. All right, so let's go back to looking at things on Twitter, shall we? So I wish I could blind scroll Twitter, but I can't. LFS knew some new mods. I heard Livestream Fails decided to get rid of politics. Did you guys see that post? They got rid of politics. Twitch actually banned Hassan? I think he's unbanned. Twitch banned Hassan. Then Hassan went on YouTube and streamed with like, got over 120,000, 140,000 viewers live. Concurrent. And then Hassan is fine. He is winning. They're live now, and I thought Hassan and all of them go live later. I thought he goes later. I guess some shit's probably happening. Only person more racist than Omni is Asmongold. Potentially. But yeah, 150K live is crazy. That's wild. I don't think anybody's hit that number in terms of like political streaming. I don't think Asmongold has hit that number. So the competition between Asmongold and Hassan continues. I think it had something to do with him saying something about Israel. But I don't know the specifics. That is correct, the Shrimple. I like that quote. That's exactly how I feel. Omni advice on maintaining 4C hair. What is 4C hair? Am I saying a word I shouldn't say? 4C hair. No, I think I'm good. What the hell is 4C hair? I feel like I'm saying something I shouldn't be saying. "4C"? What is 4C? Oh, for curly hair. Oh, okay. I was like, oh shit, I got caught. I don't know. What the hell kind of question is that? It's a texture of hair? Bro, if I Google it and it pulls up something crazy, 4C hair. Oh, okay. That's not bad. 4C hair is the tightest, most fragile curl pattern. Most fragile curl pattern. Characterized by densely packed Z-shaped coils with little natural definition. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm bald. I started balding when I was like 19, bro. And then I went completely bald at 20. I was like, yo, I'm like, balding? That's crazy. Well, cut this shit off. Never look back. Do I have any advice for snow bunny hunting? Yes, I do actually. If you're trying to hunt some snow bunnies, I suggest you join a run club. Okay? Move to the nearest suburban area in your state and find the running clubs. And that's where they are. That's where you'll find the snow bunnies. The snow bunnies love run clubs. Yoga club, they're there too. They're in the yoga, they're into running, and they are into, it's not Pilates, but running and yoga. Yeah. Send it to Dr. Umar. You send it to Dr. Umar, he will be reading it while at a yoga club. What do you mean? Skip this question? It's not for me? What do you mean it's not for me? What do you mean by that? Do you know I used to date white women? Delayed Omni is scary. Wait, there's an audio desync? Refresh. Refresh. Is there an audio desync? Yes or no? Am I being trolled right now? There was a little buffering. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm okay, Sturge. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I was cooked, bro. It was not good. Oh man. You know what I would like, actually? No, that's what titles are for. I don't need to put that in the stream. I don't know. YouTube seems to be a little weird, a little sus compared to Twitch. Did you notice that you said your stream went down? Nope. Did not. I don't know what the hell is going on. Okay, so I think we have the setup, guys. Are we done? Did we do it? Did we create it? I think the only thing I really want to do is things that I can do offline. That's it. The only things left that I really want to do are things that I can do offline. We're 3 hours in. I think let's cover some topics. All right, let's do a run through. Chat. Where's your VTuber avatar? I don't know, man. It's somewhere in my computer, bro. It's somewhere in my computer. My shit is so unorganized. I have like folders that are named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing is. I have no organization on my computer. I don't know where anything is. Downloads 2019. Downloads 2023. All my downloads still go to a folder called Downloads 2019. Right? Like this shit. I don't know where nothing is. I can't find or search nothing because I never actually type out what it is. You know? Can a guy as you, real question about doing social media content? Can a guy as you, a real question about doing, what do you mean? What's the question? I don't think I understand. When an ad appears, it just breaks your stream or reset and it brings it back to the beginning. That is kind of strange. Why does that do that? I don't know. Anyway, let's look at what's happening today, shall we? Well, let's talk about, what do we want to talk about today? Do I want to talk about the Epstein files? I feel like I don't. I think the TLDR of the Epstein files is okay. I mean, we already talked about it a little bit earlier, but to continue off of it, you guys do know this here. Let's give it a run. Let's give it a run. It's real bad, by the way. It's real bad. Okay. Oh, this is ugly. See, I don't know if I like this. A little ugly. I like that. No, not like that. Whatever. Anyway, DOJ releases final major batch of Epstein investigation files. The U.S. Department of Justice on Friday disclosed over 3 million pages from its Epstein probes, including 2,000 videos and 180,000 images from Florida, New York, and FBI cases under a 2025 transparency law signed by President Trump. Files show Epstein's elite connections like emails arranging lunches for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on his island and messages with Bill Clinton, Steve Tisch, and Woody Allen. Officials withheld child abuse images and other sensitive materials to protect investigations and victims, drawing backlash from survivors questioning why such content exists without arrest. So, as far as I understand, I believe the only person that has been arrested in relation to the Epstein file is Ghislaine Maxwell. And I think that's it. Can anybody correct me? Is there anybody else that has been arrested or jailed in regards and related to this? Because I can't think of anybody. I know that Prince Andrew got his, everything stripped. He got his title and everything removed. Prince Andrew, there's a picture of Prince Andrew on all fours over what seems to be a minor girl who's laying on the ground. That shit was there's evil. There's real evil in these files. Elon was caught in there as well. There were a couple of things that were a hoax. So I gotta keep changing the tab because there's some things on here that's pretty sensitive that I don't think I can even actually show you guys, but it's all minors. It's all minors literally being hugged. There's Epstein. This is the guy who directed the Millennium movie. Who is this dude? This one's fine. Who is this dude? The dude who directed the Millennium movie. And he's sitting here cuddling with a minor, a victim. And so so why are you able to just walk around? Why are you able to just, if this is here, why, then the recovering, if the idea is that they're censoring people for victims, how does this not lead to a direct arrest? That's what I don't understand. There are people who are being caught here, and they're not being led to any kind of arrest. Let me see. There was another one where there was an email from Jeffrey Epstein. And it says, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Jay-Z is apparently in the DOJ's latest Epstein files. People are claiming that the Epstein files and the trafficking is still happening today, which would explain why people aren't being arrested, because it's still undergoing. You delayed a question. Here's a real question. I don't want to jump topics right now, but yeah, that's here's the. I'm gonna give you like a TLDR. The things that's come out from the Elon files are vile, disgusting. It points to the involvement of even Jay-Z. It points to the involvement of a lot of powerful people. It questions everything. And it's terrifying because it seems like the most powerful people are the ones who are in charge. Like the sex trafficking thing is something that people were being blackmailed by Epstein. And he's collected evidence on very powerful people. Okay. A prince, for God's sake. So I'm pretty sure he's got people in his pockets from countries and in the United States, everywhere. There's a lot of information that's not being shown. But we know that if what we're seeing still here and it's not everything is still disgusting, there's some horrible, scary, nasty, disgusting, freaky, evil shit in there. And people who have dug too deep or learned too much, there's videos of people talking about children getting killed, getting eaten, bro, taking their blood, 11-year-olds being impregnated. It's hard shit. And to be honest, I don't know if there's much to go more into it as well. Like I don't think I want to dig deeper. That's how bad it is. I don't think I want to dig into the Epstein files. Batman's not going to become real. That's Pizzagate. Oh my God, Pizzagate. I didn't even know what Pizzagate was. So Pizzagate, chat, was this idea that the trafficking, that politicians and celebrities and famous people could order children and people. You could order them by saying you wanted a pizza or a hot dog or some ice cream. There was like code words. I think that's what Pizzagate is. And there's like code words for boy, girl, legal, not legal. Like there's code names for the things, but it was all food. Let me see what the TLDR is. And a lot of these things were conspiracy theories. And I don't know if it's confirmed. Here's another thing that's a problem. I don't know if, here's the thing that I don't understand either. Another problem with this is that there's a lot of fake information. So here's the thing. There's the information that's been released by the DOJ. Then apparently from what I heard is that people found files on there that then later got redacted. So they released files, but it looks like they released some files that they shouldn't have released. Then it got taken away. So we already know, this has happened during the first release, that the government is censoring President Trump. They've censored his name so that people found out you can control, find, and found his name. They're censoring things. They're selectively releasing things that are protecting certain people. And then they're removing files that after they've already released it. We don't know if that's some secret person on the inside who's like, yeah, let's dump it out there and get someone to find it, and then they release it. So they're protecting it. This is crazy. There's no arrest. And then there's people who are making false information. So like there are people who are taking this as an opportunity to create propaganda and to create fake news, fake information, fake emails. So now you have to litter through fake emails, fake pictures. Oh man, I hate this. I hate everything about this because it nullifies the ability to find the truth. One of the reasons why I still do this whole news thing is because I'm so frustrated with trying to figure out what is real and what's not on the internet now. With the age of AI, fabrication, propaganda, misinformation, lying just being literally on the top of the resume for being a politician at this point, the truth is gone. And I hate it. Yes, it releases the questioning everything. Who can we trust? Then if we speak out, we got to worry about being hurt. Or we just don't have the power. We're stuck in a loop of suppression. Correct. And then now they've got the media. So like the information that is being released isn't full information or selective information, or it's information that's biased towards a certain group. I feel like the truth of the world is quickly escaping us as people. I think the governments and the oligarchy, they are seizing in on information. I've been saying this for a while, and it's becoming very, very, very difficult to know what is true and what's not. Again, when you have a system that's built on lies, where you can legally lie, you can tell people a lie legally with no repercussion, you know? When you have a government agency that can specifically tell you information that's just not true. Anyway, Pizzagate is a debunked U.S. American right-wing conspiracy theory that falsely linked Comet Ping Pong, a Washington, D.C. pizzeria, to child sex trafficking ring connected to high-ranking Democratic Party officials, primarily during the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The theory claimed that the coded messages were hidden in hacked emails from John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. It was widely spread on far-right websites and social media platforms. So people are using this as an opportunity to take conspiracies that have not been debunked, not been proven, and then like insert it. And be like, look, what I found in the Epstein files. It's my conspiracy. Right? Or they'll find files that link to the conspiracies. So I just don't know what's true or not. Sifting through all this information seems impossible, and then trying to find the truth from the non-facts is insane. So that's the Epstein files in a nutshell, combined with what we already said before. It's a mess. Any questions? It's like we got more files, but what now? Where the arrest? Who's getting prosecuted? Who's getting charged? Full restore? Thanks for that, homie. I appreciate it. What up, Omnio? Yes, the stomach did explode. Yes, my stomach exploded. I explained it earlier. It was bad. But I'm okay. Thanks for asking. What do you think the repercussions will be in a few years? Say like 2030? 40 years, bro? I don't know, man. If the Epstein files are as evil as I think they are, then I don't think that this is a party issue. Like, if the Democrats come into office, come into power, I feel like this goes above Republicans and Democrats. This is evil on both sides. It's not a party issue. It goes above that. This is an Illuminati issue. Right? This secret society issue. But the thing is that those people have all of the power. And a lot of people who are in power are not going to prosecute themselves. So if the people in power are doing things like this and they're in the know, and they're not going to prosecute themselves, that's it. That's game over. That's GG's. I can't think of the route of accountability. I don't know if it's deep state, secret society. I don't know for real. What I do know is that it doesn't feel like there's like this urgency to get everybody, right? It doesn't feel like there's an urgency. It's like, hey, here's one of the most evil things that has ever happened. Here's a bunch of videos and there's no arrest. Diddy gets arrested. Epstein gets arrested. 3 people get arrested. And then we call it a night. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, someone had made a joke and said something to the extent of Persona 5. We said how Persona and all the bad guys are like cartoonishly evil. And then you come to realize that nope, wasn't cartoonishly evil enough. The real life villains are the cartoonishly evil actors, bro. Bro, Bill Gates, they said something about Bill Gates getting an STD from some hookers and then asking for some antibiotics so that he could give it to his wife. Did y'all hear something like that too? Hmm. I think the moral of the story is this, chat. I think the moral of the story is this: is stay safe on these streets because these streets aren't safe. I say this to you guys all the time, man. Don't be out here walking, not being preemptive. Don't be out here assuming that life is an anime and everybody out here trying to be good. Don't be out here. Don't be naive, man. I'm not saying to be cynical. I'm saying do not turn a blind eye to the nature of humans. And this is not the nature of every humans. But don't turn a blind eye to, don't use the hope of mankind to blind you from the evils of mankind and what they're capable of to keep you and your loved ones and the friends protected. That's what I think. Don't meet your heroes. No, I don't think that's the moral of the story with this. This is one of those ones where it's kind of like, just pay attention, right? Just, I'm not telling all of you to do a deep dive into the Epstein files and poison your minds with all of that information. I'm not telling you to do that, but just be safe and watch out and understand that this is how some people work. And use that as data and information when you are making decisions in life, daily lives, okay? A lot of times we sometimes make decisions thinking that humans are better people. And I'm not trying to communicate and say to look at everyone like they're evil. That's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying remember that that's a part of humanity. Take that into consideration. The next time a stranger tells you, hey, do you want to come check this out? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Be preemptive and move accordingly. Okay, that's the Epstein files. What else we got? Oh yeah, I can look at kind of what you guys sent me. Excuse me, when I sleep tweet. There's a Nintendo Director Partner Showcase this Thursday. Is that true? ICE and the Grammys. Let's talk about the Grammys. Is there a article for that? You want to talk about the Grammys, let alone can't stomach me, let alone stand me. But Slim, what if you win? Wouldn't it be weird? Why? So you guys can just lie and get me here? All right, let me see if I can find something. I heard Bruno Mars didn't win anything, bro. Let's see. Let me just type in Grammys and see what pops up. Yeah, Grammys was last night. I didn't watch it. I wasn't really interested. I could have bought you flowers. It looks like Kendrick Lamar got 5 Grammys, the most rap Grammys of all time. Heard about that? Oh yeah, we'll talk about Nicki Minaj too. Nicki Minaj has been going wild. You guys know how Nicki Minaj got basically she's now like the token black woman or person for Trump and the Republicans, and now she's out there like, hello, look at me, I got my, apparently people are saying that she went out there and that she sold out and that she got a citizen, what is that, the Trump immigration joint. Bro, that's crazy. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Let me see what else we got popped up on here on the Grammys. where there's a Bad Bunny speech. I don't know, man. I got to be real with y'all. How do you guys feel about the Grammys, for real? How do you guys feel about the Grammys? Because I've been less interested year over year over year. I've been becoming less interested. Like, I think the only one that I still kind of like to watch is what's the one for TV? TV and film. Movies, it's like movies, TV, film, I still kind of like that, but for the Grammys and music, it's kind of sus. Grammys are low-key mid, AS, but the performances are good. I heard that your boy, what's his name? Bieber cooked. I heard Bieber cooked. Someone told me he cooked. Oh, wait, now I'm looking at it and people say he didn't cook? He just rhymed with Jimmy Neutron. I heard that he cooked. I've always been a bit of a Bieber fan, even back in the early days when people were making fun of Bieber. And I was a Bieber fan. I liked Bieber's earlier music, Justin Bieber. And people made fun of him. And then people started to learn that Justin Bieber. Oh, wait, I didn't even see the super chat user. Thanks for the $5. No way Omni is going to get this. Appreciate it. Yo, I heard that once they've learned that Bieber was a victim of the system, yeah, diddled and all that stuff, and was probably went through a lot of trauma, then they started being nice to him. What you just heard was Bieber singing, but I'm worried about getting copyright striked on YouTube. So that's Bieber here, and he did a song in his underwear, standing out there. What up, Duck? How are you? And he did his all, just kind of in his boxers. So I didn't listen to Bieber's new album, but I think Bieber's a pretty good song. Is it supposed to be symbolism? Everything is symbolism, isn't it? Everything's always symbolism. It's one of those things where you're in the audience and you're in your underwear and people are watching you. Stream's been cool. But I always thought Bieber was is a really good, talented musician. And I think he was undervalued. But I think everything's a message, right? Everything in Hollywood is always a thing that they're trying to say something about somebody else. Let's put that apparently pissed some people off. Here's one making a joke about Nicki Minaj.
Man, every single person here, John Legend, Billie Eilish, Phineas, Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here. She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nicki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nicki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it. Look at it, baby. Oh,
He said wop, wop, wop. That's funny. I wasn't laughing all the way up to the point where he said wop, wop, wop. But yeah, so now everyone's making fun of Nicki Minaj. And I thought it was going to be too soon and too public and too divisive for the people to make fun of Nicki Minaj at a public level at the Grammys. So I'm going to give it to him. Yes. So Nicki went on a tirade. Nicki basically is masked off and she's been unveiling how, like, her true thoughts. Let's move into that now. go to Nicki Minaj's, bro. She's reached a point where she's so rich. She just doesn't care. She's been, I like to call this the decline. And there's a decline when it comes to certain people that I'm familiar with, where they stop hiding their true thoughts and they start showing you who they are as a people, as a person. They stop. And they just start basically just going crazy. They go mask off. And it's like a crash out. So let me say, she's been tweeting nonstop. Nonstop, bro. Let me see if I can start where she started going crazy. So the Epstein files came out, right? And she's been going against Jay-Z and Beyonce. Because apparently there's a lot. Here's Nicki Minaj. This is 16 hours ago. True or false? Jay-Z dated Foxy Brown when she was 15, took her virginity. Jay-Z was going out with Aaliyah when she was 15, 16, 17, and he was 26, 27, 28. Jay-Z met Beyonce at 16. And they're saying she said true or false. Now, I will say, I think I believe it. I think this probably happened. I think back in those days, we already seen the Epstein files. We already seen the Diddy parties. We already know about R. Kelly. The niggas in the industry are nasty. For them, age was just a number. It's bad. This was prior to the Me Too movement. This is when women had to give sexual favors just to get jobs or get acting roles, bro. It was bad. It's bad. Anyway. Then she said, I guess this explains why TMZ didn't cover Jay-Z being named in the Epstein files. Harvey Levin is named in the Epstein files. I don't know who he is. Here's another one. Are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish. So Nicki Minaj is on her grift, right? Nicki's not doing this out of just total spite. Nicki is doing this to push the Republican values. So she's pushing, she's grifting. That's the whole point. This is not just like, I hate Jay-Z and this is about me versus Jay-Z. This is, I am Team Trump and here are why the Democrats are bad people type shit. So though some of the shit that they're talking about might be true. This got a picture of Jay-Z and Aaliyah. Jay-Z and Beyonce. Yeah, she's not lying. Again, remember I told you guys, just because you're evil, or maybe just because you're grifting, or just because you're Republican, or just because you're Democrat, doesn't mean the things that you're saying are incorrect. Okay? A lot of people are like, oh, this person is not a good person. Therefore, the thing that they're saying is not true. But that's not one and the same. It's not one and the same. She is trying to get that Trump pardoned. Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up. So there's like, she's not just yapping. This is coming out at the same time with all of these Epstein files. And the Epstein files are demonic. The Epstein files suggest that there is consumption cannibalism. You guys recognize that, right? There are people who have made videos saying they're eating people, and then they disappear. You said no shot? Don't you believe it? I don't know. Allegedly. I don't know. This is what people are saying. This is what people are saying on the internet. I'm not saying it. I don't know. I don't know what they doing. But that's what they say. Trevor refuses to come out the closet when everyone in the industry knows his boyfriend, allegedly. So Trevor makes a joke about Nicki Minaj. And Nicki Minaj's response is the classic. Well, you're gay. She said, "Gay." That's the insult is that you're gay. Which, again, this then there's a lot of people in the LGBT who were pro Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj is quite literally saying, as an insult, you are gay. And being gay is the insult. Now, black people, I like myself a nice gay, like saying gay, I like a nice little gay. If you do it, if you time it right, if you put it well, that used to be prestigious, right? But now if you're doing it and you're Nicki Minaj and you're being hateful about it, there's no, you're being hateful about it. Nah. This isn't one of those things where it's like, if you're still, she's not doing it in a way where it's like, gay. Yeah, bro, no, she's saying you are a gay person. And that's the attack. That's the attack. You are gay. That's the attack. That's the insult. Quite literally. The end. Nothing about his character. Nothing about anything else. Just the fact that he likes men. That's the attack. Anyway, let's see what more she has to say. They sabotaged my documentary because I spoke about abuse that I suffered. They've been trying to stall all my projects in hopes I lose a bunch of money and beg them for help. Their leaders still think it's a joke. The destruction that's about to come down on them isn't funny. I told y'all to leave me alone. Now you'll understand why you should have just sat there and taken your meds. I feel like what we're witnessing is mental disorders and people who are walking on undiagnosed, cognitive decline, going into old age, traumatized, narcissist, right? It's just we're looking at, God damn. Sometimes when I see this shit, it makes me think that people like this exist. It also makes, you know what it makes me think? It makes me think about how much peace. It makes me think about how, it actually sometimes makes me makes me feel sympathetic. It makes me feel like, I feel a little bit bad for these people. Like, imagine just their brains, their worlds. Think about the happiness that they don't have. Imagine being one of the, Nicki Minaj, and you're shouting into the Twitter abyss on a Sunday night. You could be doing anything you want in the world. And you're on Sunday night shouting out into the Twitter abyss, being hateful. And you just think, how did your life get to this place? How did your life get to this place where you became so successful that you spend your Sunday evening making this tweet and making all of these tweets and being so hateful, bro? I know a lot of you I don't know. Maybe I'm just built different. Or maybe I understand peace. Maybe I'm on my Vinland Saga season 2 arc and I've been there, right? But what is the point of living if you don't have like internal peace? If you're not at peace with yourself and the world, man, you can create whatever world you want. Some people have all the money in the world to create the world that they want, but because they don't understand how to create it internally, they only figure out how to control it externally. And for a lot of you guys who understand this, like, external will only take you so far. The external things that I think are non-negotiables, like I say, is food, rent, living, therapy, the ability to get healthy food, like the essentials. You need money for that. But after a certain point, you got so much money to no longer survive, but now you can just figure out how to thrive. And people can't. Some people go their entire lives never being able to find inner peace, and that's really sad. Fame ain't nothing but toys and glitters, but happy is really there. I would never want fame. I don't want fame, bro. I'm telling you, I think there is a movement, and this has been going on for a while, but with mental health increasing, especially with young people, people are understanding, and the fact that the fucking economy is going crazy, people are understanding the importance of just having a life where you can have the basics and be happy. They're like, I just want the basics. I don't want expensive luxury. I just want safety. I can farm my own food. I want just a place where I can lay my head, rest, chill, and breathe. Right? Contribute to the world in some kind of way. People don't need a lot. They're understanding that the things that they told us to chase after is a fiction. It's a dream. It's their dream to fuel their purses, right? The world, I'm going into a little bit of existentialism, but the world, right? It teaches us to chase after things that we don't actually really need, right? It tries to teach you to chase things that are external, which then doesn't allow you to fill yourself with the things that you need internally. The void, and it leaves a void. And you reach these places and you're like, why do I not still feel happy? Why do I still not feel happy? Why do I not still feel happy? The pursuit of happiness. The idea of the pursuit of happiness is terrifying, because now your brain is thinking that you have to pursue it. That happiness is something that must be chased. That's such a scary concept. You ever thought about that? Happiness, an emotion that we can feel and invoke, is something that the world says that you have to chase. You have to do a bunch of things to feel. That's the only way to generate the emotion and the feeling, is to go looking for it. They don't tell you to look inward. They don't tell you to say, actually, the happiness is there. They don't tell you that shit because it's not very consumer, based. But yes, Nikki needs a therapist, but Nikki needs a lot of things, probably. Imagine if a 30-year-old rapper was out here with a 16-year-old in this day and age, and how y'all would have had his head on the platter. The guy was hugging and humping teens in broad daylight. Next, I'll get on the owner of the Shade Room and more. I mean, spill the tea. The thing is, Nicki Minaj, if you have the truth, spill it. The thing is that it feels like a lot of these people in this industry only start backstabbing when they get attacked, right? But when there's the alliances, hey, I won't say nothing about you if you don't say nothing about me, right? Now it's just the evil people all coming out there and snitching now. It's like, what? You want to call me this? Well, I'm going to tell everybody all your secrets. It's always the, I'm the enemy now? Well, I'm going to spill out all the secrets now because there's no point keeping it. And it's like, okay, Nikki, go ahead and do it. Drop it all. Get all the people. Tell us the truth. Do it. But it doesn't make you a good person for exposing, for using information that you've been sitting on as a way to attack somebody. Doesn't suddenly make you a good person. It means that you've been keeping it in your ammunition chamber and you only brought it out because someone slighted you. But that's the tale as old as time as a narcissist, bro. Oh no, she's right. Yeah. The 30-year-olds with the 16-year-olds, we also know both things can be true. She's not wrong. Again, I keep saying this. There's one of the things in the statements is you can be being a good person or a bad person does not mean that you can't say the truth or say something that's not right. You can be a good person and say something that's not correct. You could be a bad person and say something that's correct. So it's not, you don't have to be one and the same where it doesn't tie. Yes. Anyway, what in the F? Child predator, and it's her with Aaliyah. Rest in peace, by the way. Got the Wendy gif. Oh man. You guys hear the story about Wendy? I've been hearing like she's not doing well mentally. They think they're trying to create a conservatorship. Like she's sometimes been talking about how she's being held hostage in like hotel rooms. Her mental health is declining. The story about Wendy specifically is pretty wild. Dementia, yes. But even before that, and then some people are trying to link her mental health decline in tandem with things that have happened in Hollywood in the industry. But yeah, it does feel like Britney again. People talked about Britney Spears and freeing Britney, and now that Britney's free, Britney is free. And sometimes Britney's doing things like holding knives and twerking by using her hands, and she's making a lot of posts, and people are like, is she okay? And so it's like, does she need some help? Does she need I don't know. The conversations around these things. What's scary? I keep talking. I know I'm yapping. I think what's a little scary is that everybody has their ideas of what's happening, but nobody knows the truth. But the truth doesn't matter. The truth doesn't matter. Damn. The truth matters. The truth matters. That's not true. The truth matters. It's just the truth doesn't always work. The truth, there's a lot of people in this world that don't care about the truth. I was having a talk the other day with a person, and they were telling me about how they don't like debates because they feel like debates is about just trying to prove yourself right, which to an extent can sometimes be true. And so whenever there's a debate, they feel negative, like there's a fight, conflict. They don't feel good about it. The way that I've debated or have been in debates with most people is, even though there's a level of trying to be correct, the overall objective of people who are debating, not just to prove their point, but mainly who are actually trying to get the truth. So you'll take, like I said, one of the examples I said was like, you'll have philosophers, right? Or scientists or psychologists with conflicting views who come together with their minds and their different beliefs, and then they argue. And the point is not to win. The point is to battle and conflict till you get to certain points that someone might have to concede. Some people, you might win, which creates new ideologies, new thoughts, new information. You end up sometimes creating questions that both parties don't have the answer to, which allow for further explanation. There are certain people who debate and talk because they genuinely want to find, I will call, the truth or the pursuit of knowledge, right? They grow. But then there's other people who are not interested in the pursuit of knowledge, right? The growth, the growing of a field. They actually just are more concerned about their ego. So it's not about information being discussed and translated and being right and being wrong and learning. It's not about learning, not about understanding. It's not about growing. It's about that establishing that ego and being right at all cost. And those kind of people are dangerous because they're everywhere. People's egos put them in places where the truth does not freaking matter. And there's a lot of people who want the truth, who are seeking the truth, and they will, their egos are not a part of the problem. They're not. So they're sitting here like, I don't worry about my ego. I'm just trying to find the truth. But you're talking to another person who doesn't care about the truth and only their ego. And that equation never works. And the problem, and I think that there's more people than not that where their egos are the priority. So now you have to sift around and try to find people who are not, who don't have these big ass egos, who are actually genuinely curious about knowledge and truth and understanding. And good luck finding that shit anywhere, man. Because everyone seems to have an ego, a prerogative. They have to win. They can't lose. They can't be seen as weak. They can't be seen as wrong. They can't be seen as making a mistake. They can't be seen in a certain way. Their image is way too fucking important. It's because a lot of this shit is performative. I'm just yapping right now, man. But I'm spitting some fucking facts. This world is so performative, bro. And politics has become performative. Politics has become performative, bro. Do you guys understand the problem with politics becoming performative? And it's always been performative. But it's performative. No one's actually saying things in a way that's not to try to push an agenda or an ego. No one gives a fuck about the Constitution. You could argue that the Constitution was fucking performative, bro. I feel like we're just battling with other single individual humans' egos. But they're powerful. Imagine Lil Timmy, bro. Big bully. Didn't get anything he wanted. Bullied everybody his way. Now give Lil fucking Timmy, this bully who didn't get anything. Now make him 60 and give him $3 billion. That's the niggas that we're dealing with, bro. Give them no ability to empathize, okay? Remove that, okay? Give them a lot of trauma. Give them zero self-awareness. Give them zero inability to actually comprehend themselves, let alone other people. But give them all the fucking power in the world. And that's in charge. Those are the people who are in charge. We have people who are in charge who don't understand the word empathy. They don't actually understand the word. I'm not saying that they can't empathize. I'm saying they don't actually know what it means. They couldn't tell you. And those are the majority of people in charge, bro. So when you get like this, you have to rewind. And it's important to kind of, when you see that this is kind of the mechanics of the world, when you start to see the matrix and you start to see the world and you start to understand how things work, then you start to fall into a little bit of cynicism. But then the other thing that you have to practice is dichotomy of control. You got to be a little bit stoic. There are things that you can control. There are things that are in your control and there are things that are not. All right. And just because the world may be a certain way doesn't mean that your world specifically has to be. The rules of the world are not ones that you always have to obey or follow. Do you understand, chat? If the world has told you to think a certain way and you don't like that way of thinking, then change it. But you have to think that you have to know that you have the ability to do that, to shape your own world, as opposed to shape yourself around the world that you've been told is. You understand? Are you locked in, chat? Are you locked in? Hope you got that. I hope you got something from here. Hope you got something from that. Anyway. Is it obvious? Jay-Z. I don't know what these two pictures are supposed to be. I don't know what this is. They're flying and immigrants to vote because they reneged on the promises they made to African Americans and can no longer get the African American vote by default. They're causing distractions in the streets to distract from the billions they stole from taxpayers. So here's Nicki Minaj reading off flashcards. They're flying in immigrants to vote because they reneged on all the promises. So it's interesting. Do you guys know the history of immigration in the United States? I've been doing a little bit of research and studying. And initially, immigration in the United States was mainly Europeans for the majority of the existence of the United States. And it wasn't until, I'm not talking about pre Europe, I'm talking about after, post. Then it made a shift, I believe, in the 1920s or the 1960s. And immigration from the South America got huge. And I don't know what created that boom, but I think it was like 1960s where there was this huge jump. And immigration started to, and after that jump in the 1960s, it never backed down in terms of immigrations. Yeah, it was Italians versus Irish 100 years ago. And that's when we started getting all the immigration from South America. Are you saying that's what caused it? World War II? So I understand that it coincides with World War II. Omni speaking his mind is a wondrous thing to behold. Oh, there's a lot of you guys on YouTube who don't know this version of me. That's right. A lot of you guys don't know the unchecked me. There's a lot of nonsense regarding Mexico, but I can vaguely recall. 1960s, we changed a lot of laws about immigration who we considered white. Oh, so you're telling me it's a census? Was it a census thing when it was already happening, but then we started to change who is white and who's not white? Either way, 1960s, the immigrations from people from South America went bonkers. Bonkers, bro. Bonkers. And then going into the 1980s, 1990s, immigration from Asian countries started to go bonkers. The only immigrations that actually that stayed pretty stable the entirety of the time was any kind of immigration from Africa. There was no, black people were not immigrating to the United States because obviously a lot of us were already here. But in terms of more black people from Africa coming here, wasn't happening. It was very, very stagnant. It carries very, very small compared to both South Americans and Asians. They started coming in swarms, and the immigration from Europe started to shrink dramatically because nobody wanted to come to America from Europe. Wasn't it forced assimilation with Asians after World War II? That makes sense. Remember that we banned Asians from coming to the USA between the 1880s and the 1920s? No, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that, Mastic. I'm still catching up on my US history. I'm studying. I'm doing a lot of studying. But I completely forgot about that. And that rings a bell. Currently, right now, I'm studying the Constitution, Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists. I'm studying the Bill of Rights. I'm studying everything that led before the Civil War, the creation, what happened, why, British lost the United States in general, why they lost the colonies, studying states versus the federal and how there's been a conflict right now. And if you look at what's happened in Minneapolis, if you study what's been happening with states versus federal government for a while, then you already know that there's conflict between state rights and federal rights. And what I understand is that I think it was 1930s, 1920s, or 1940s. Again, states had a lot more power up to a point. And then there was a case. Malbich versus Maryland, something versus somebody. There's a case, but the federal government got an extreme amount of power in the early 1900s. And it has something to do with like interstate commerce and the ability to prevent states from having businesses and monopolies. And from that point forward, the federal government started to get more and more and more and more power and oversight. U.S. history is pretty fascinating. I agree. What up, Mexican Itachi? I love that name, by the way. It's interesting people discuss World War II and Nazis now, and when America was largely against being involved until Park Harbor. Study sessions so we can get some education. So I read and study pretty often, but I do that all from my alone time. I don't know that's something that you... I love reading. I love studying, bro. I got that book. You guys see the book I got back here. Right? I got that 1984 there for a reason. I read that a while ago, but I need to reread it. What up, Alpha? How are you? The Color of Law by Rothstein talks a lot about the policies in place to codify discrimination. Yes, McCulloch versus Maryland. T. Ballin. Oh, we got some U.S. history buffs here. We got some history buffs in here, bro. History ends up being very fascinating when you read it now, when you understand it, because you realize history it just repeats itself. You can rereading it now, you see shades of things that have happened in the 1700s and the 1800s. It's there, bro. It's there, which is, I think is also interesting because I feel like another topic of discussion a lot of people have been talking about is AI and the dystopian future that we've been heading towards, right? And I think there's a lot of people who don't feel like we're headed towards that future, that dystopian future, you know, that cyberpunk future, that Cowboy Bebop, that I Am Robot. A lot of people feel like these stories that talk about the potential future is fiction. But I'm starting to feel like they were foretelling. It was a prophecy. It's a warning. But honestly, it feels like it's skewing into that direction. I was also having a conversation about this with another person as well. And I was talking about how I feel like, oh man, you guys never get my unfiltered thoughts like this. I feel like what I feel like is happening. Let me tell you guys the plot, okay? The plot is this. Destroy the middle class. Destroy it. Destroy it. Destroy it. Okay? We don't need a middle class no more. Either you're in or you're out. Okay? Either you're rich or you're poor. Us or them. Okay? The Jetsons. You're at the top. They don't tell you what's at the bottom of the Jetsons, do they? Do they? Do they ever tell you what's on the floor of the Jetsons? I don't know. Gotchi Okuda, new anime that comes out that talks about the ground and the floor and the trash. All of these things have been talking about this divide. And I feel like what's the goal, probably for a lot of countries, but especially the United States, is destroy the middle class. And why is that so important? Because when you destroy the bridge, the gap, then whoever is on the rich side has significantly more power. It makes it much, much, much harder to stop. If you understand that humans, for the most part, individually, are self-preservation. They have self-preservation. A lot of power corrupts. Greed, a lot of the sins that bend and fold to capitalism, that kind of idea. If you believe in the nature of people kind of hoarding, taking for themselves, keeping for their small groups of people for the greater whole, which I believe in that. I think there's rare, but I think they're the people who are in charge and power and control, have money, understand how to keep it. Okay? And if you believe in that concept, then it makes sense. The way to continue to further maintain that power is to divide, is to cut the cord between them and not them. And you do that by dividing. Okay? So there's more middle class and poor people than there are rich people. A lot more. That's why it's called the 1%, the 99%. So you have to figure out, how do you deal with the 99%? How? You divide them. Instead of having them look up at you, you figure out how to make them fight amongst themselves. That's like Tactics, Sun Tzu, Art of War 101. You don't fight this entire group of people if you don't have to. You make them think that they're enemies. You create divides amongst the 99% with race, with politics, with gender identities, with everything. You create that divide. Boom, more divide, more divide, more divide, more divide, more divide, more divide. And now it's not 1 versus 99. Now it's 1 versus that versus that versus that versus that. People are fighting. Divide and conquer. Anyway, are you guys hearing what I'm saying, or do I sound crazy? Sometimes I feel like I'm so far along that I'm like, oh man, maybe people don't understand. They think that I'm crazy. I've lost the plot. But are you guys hearing what I'm saying, man? Are you guys awake? Do you guys see these streets? The strategy is always divide and conquer, bro. The strategy is always divide and conquer. It's always divide and conquer, bro. When the next time you get into a fight, next time you get into a disagreement, do this, chat. The next time there's something that you are mad at on the internet or online, on the news, I want you to pay attention to your anger. Right? Why am I angry at this person? Who told me to be angry at this person? Who told me that this is the dynamic that's supposed to, like, who created this dynamic? Who structured it? Who benefits from it? That's the question. Next time you see divide or any kind of frustration towards people, ask yourself who benefits from it. Because there's someone who always benefits. And it's always the same person. It's always the same person. Now, here's another thing. I'm not trying to turn this into like the idea of like the evil of rich, right? I'm not trying to turn into to fucking bleed the rich. No, I'm not trying to do that. I understand the arguments and the conversation. I'm just telling you the dynamics at play. Excuse me. Follow the money. That's exactly right, John. I'm an accountant. I'm a CPA. All right. Went to school, certified public accountant. Follow the money, man. Because that's what's king. Money is king. And as long as you follow the money, you will always find the truth. That's the truth. The truth of the world is you follow the money and you will find it. Follow the money, follow the resources, follow the power, and then you will find the source. That's the truth. Eat the rich. Look, I'm here to educate. But I don't know if man, this is another interesting concept. I don't know how I feel about the fight. If if you call things a war and there's a war that's happening around the world, I feel like my place is best suited for education. You know, I'm a teacher. And I try to focus on you guys taking care of your mental health, seeing what's around you, and staying safe. I like to equip. That's probably the best thing. In terms of the tactics of actually going out and fighting, and I don't know. I don't think, I mean, I probably do know, but I don't think that's my specialty. But I like to educate, equip, knowledge so that you can move forward in a way where you have more control and you have more, oversight, and you can see things better. But what you do with it, I don't like to tell people what to do. That's the biggest thing. I don't like to tell people what to do. I just like to make people have power, to be empowered. But I don't like to tell people what to do with that power. Does that make sense? That's where I start to slow down. And there's some people who speed up and put on the gas once they reach that point. So Omni, now that you give me this information, now what do I do with this? What do I do? And I don't think I like to go past that stuff. Then it feels like I'm, you know what it is? It feels like I'm controlling. Some people might call it influencing. I don't think I like having I don't think I would want power to control. I don't think I want that. Other people. I think I'm very adverse to that. I don't know why though. Just stand on principles and don't sell out. For those who can spend, it's a tool. Yeah, I like to give people the ability to think for themselves better, to see past, to formulate thought, to formulate critical thought, even if they disagree with me. But I don't think I like to be the person to just to tell people what to do. I don't think I know the answer. I don't know if there is an answer or there's just a path. The question of right and wrong, I'm a philosopher, I would say. And I've been questioning the concept of right and wrong and how, the world uses right and wrong to force people into believing that things are good or bad based on, is it good or is it bad? Right? When sometimes things can just be what it is. Like, for example, how society teaches men that expressing sadness is weakness and that it's bad. And when you teach people that things that are just things, data, objectively, feeling sadness is just a feeling. Sadness is not objectively good or bad. It's just sadness. It's an emotion. But then when you tell people that it's good or bad, you've now created a narrative around something that, in my opinion, is just not true. But it's because you're usually trying to push an agenda. And I don't think I have any agendas that I want to push. The only thing that I want to push is freedom. Is that an agenda? Damn. Now you guys got me thinking, bro. I guess that is an agenda. Yeah, I think my agenda is freedom. Yes, freedom. Freedom from the constructs, the social constructs that are created to enslave you. Okay? There are social constructs that are created in the world in order to keep you complacent, in order to control you, to tame you, like a mouse going through a maze. There are social constructs that are created to guide you and make you think that there is only one way to get from A to Z, or get from A to B. There are social constructs that tell you to feel things when something happens to you. They're social constructs. They're not real, right? Deprogramming is what I'm trying to do. Because then when you realize that it's not real and that you can create your own shit, you can follow your own path, you can create your own path. You don't have to. When you realize that, then you're free. Yeah, man. I also say brush your teeth so that you can be free from having bad breath. Because damn, you're scaring the hoes. You're scaring the hoes with your bad breath, bro. Imagine just doing everything right. And then you lean in for the hug and you smell it. Why did my tummy explode? I think I had norovirus. I got the norovirus. I did a whole story on it in the beginning of the stream if you want to go back. I had the norovirus. If I told you I haven't brushed my teeth for 9 months, what would you say? Oh, damn. I'd be like, damn, son, where'd you find that? I would say you a nasty ass nigga. That's what I would say. Now, okay, left versus right. Now we're talking about something different. Do you guys know what political efficacy is? I think I've talked about this before in the past. Do you understand what political efficacy is? Political efficacy is your genuine belief that the government operates as is intended. Your trust and your faith in the Constitution and the people who run it. That's political efficacy. And political efficacy is very important because it's been lowering over the years. People are losing faith in their governmental systems. And when you lose faith in the ability of the government system operating as intended, then you have more people's political efficacy decreasing, and then you have less people actually being involved in politics or becoming apolitical. They're like, well, this shit doesn't work, right? So why should I care? You know, and they distance themselves from it. But the truth of the matter is that the way that people live, our lives, are still run and governed. We have to be governed. We are not in a system of non-government. So we have to be governed. So even if the system is broken, it's your system. And if you don't try to fight in some kind of way, acknowledge that the system is broken, try to at least fight to acknowledge a broken system, but understand the importance of a system. You hear what I'm saying? There's some people who say they become apolitical, they step away, and they don't like it. And that's okay. I think it's okay. But to not believe that politics and the government governs your way of life and everyone around you love is a false belief. And it's something that people ignore up until the point till they can't. There are certain people who can have the privilege of ignoring what's happening with their government and the politics. They have the privilege. They have the resources. They have the capital. Maybe they're not one of the targeted demographics, right? So as long as it's not impacting me, then I don't need to pay attention. But then some people only fucking wake up, or their eyes wake up. Oh, when suddenly it's them. Suddenly, oh shit, my money's getting touched. Oh, wait a minute. You talking about my health care? Wait a minute. My state? Wait a minute. Wait. Me? Black people? Me? Gay people? Wait, huh? Like suddenly that's when some people start to be like, oh, these politics things. So, but I get the idea because this used to be me. Let me just be completely honest. And I still feel this way. I don't like politics. I don't like what it does to people. I don't like the bad faith actors. I don't like the people who are involved in it. I don't like the people who lead it. I don't like the people who run it. I think they're all scam artists for the most part. You know, I see through it. I see through it. And I think it's a lot of bullshit and a lot of fucking baloney. For real, for real. Despite that, you can't not participate, because not participating means that you just have the privilege to ignore it. And that's a really important thing to accept about yourself. There was something, I was privileged enough to ignore it. But sometimes you might be a part of a demographic or part of the world where your life is ruined or destroyed, or you are killed because of the government and the politics, which we've seen happen. And maybe you can ignore it for you, but then that means you're turning a blind eye to how it's affecting other people. This then leads to the idea of bandwidth. We got our own shit to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Like, people, bro, I'm trying to keep my head above ground. My fucking mental health is spiraling. I'm trying to find a job. I can't, I don't have the RAM or the capacity to care about, and it's true. There's a such thing as being spread too thin. There's some people who care too much about too many things, and then they let themselves fall to the wayside. So I empathize with that as well. Sometimes you're just trying to stay afloat. So in that case, I think it's about balance. I think I said this in the YouTube video, a couple videos, balance and temperance, right? You have to preserve yourself, your mental load. You have to preserve it. And if you can't participate, you can't participate. But when you can, try. But when you can't, you can't. And when you got to focus on yourself, you got to focus on yourself. You got to take care of you. But when you can, try. If you can try to educate yourself, try. If you can try to empathize with other people, try. If you can try to learn what's happening around the world, try. If you can. Just a little bit. And it will equip you to be, I would say, a person that has more ability. A lot of people internalize politics that has no tangible, reasonable effect on their lives, attributing the struggles of a system that they largely aren't a part of. Yeah. And a lot of people turn a blind eye to politics because they are victims of politics, right? A lot of people hate the system that is oppressing them. They hate the system that's oppressing them, justifiably so. It's rough. It's pretty easy to be empathetic. I think, Eli, I agree with you. And how you doing, brother? How's it going? I think if you can empathize with other people, I think sometimes it requires a lot of internal reflection and self-discovery. Yo, BZMZ, thanks for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that. Can you remind you that stomach pain is real? Yes. It's terribly real. Thanks for the tier 1 and the $2. Appreciate it, Chilla. I think the TLD, I'm getting off this Nicki Minaj thing. I feel like yapping now. So chat. So what I feel like is empathy is so interesting because a lot of people even look at the word empathy and don't quite understand it. Empathizing is the ability to look at life in a way that's not yours. But sometimes your ability to empathize with other people is, I think it's limited by your ability to understand yourself. I would call it a 1-for-1. If you don't understand yourself as a person and how you operate, your emotions, your feelings, why you think the way you think, why you do the way things you do, how you've come to be, your everything. If you're not really digging into it, then it makes it harder for you to understand other people. Whereas when you learn to kind of understand yourself and understand what it makes a human being and how the brain works and how our emotions work, suddenly you start to see other people differently because now you're seeing them for more than just the version of you saw yourself. This is called growing or maturing. And some people never actually understand themselves to an extent. So they stop. They just see this part and they don't see all of this. So when they try to empathize, they can only see what they see in themselves and other people. So self-awareness is one of the biggest things you can pick up on. That's correct. And then when you pick up on self-awareness, what's interesting, in my opinion, you pick up on self-awareness and you start to read, you understand the psychology of people, you understand history, and you understand how it repeats, and you start to become so emotionally attached to outcomes that you can't control. Stoicism is very important as well. Then what happens is you start to let go of things that you can't control. There's so much in this world that we as humans just stress about things that are out of our control. But we choose to have our computers and our brains run at overdrive on an app that we can't open. Right? Imagine your computer going fucking crazy over a program it can't even open, right? So in order to free up some RAM for your computer, you have to let go that you can't open that app. And when you start to delete all of these things to let go of it, when you let go of it, it reduces your mental overload. Suddenly, your computer is running slower. Suddenly, you're not as stressed or as anxious or as depressed. You cut it. You cut out the task. And when you continue to do that and then focus on the things that you can control, just the tabs that you can open, then you open the tab and you close it. And then you open the tab and you close it. And you open the tab and you close it. And your computer runs pretty smooth. Suddenly, the anxiety is not so much anxious because you've let go of all the processing power that it takes to stress about a thing that you can't control. I'd be a good therapist. I don't know. I don't know if I have faith in myself when it comes to therapy. I'd be terrified of guiding somebody in the wrong way. Whenever Omni yams about something, what it is, it's always great to hear the background playing the games or drawing. It feels like a modern day radio. Keep it up. I'll keep it up. Thank you. But do you guys understand what I'm saying, chat? Am I just yapping? I got to check in. Sometimes I feel like I'm just talking to myself. And I'm like, wait a minute. I might be losing them. I think you understand human nature pretty well, which is probably the most important quality of a therapist. I would appreciate that. Thank you, man. I think the biggest thing that changed for me, because I've never always been like this, is the detaching. Right? I think a lot of us have emotions and feelings. I think a lot of us attach ourselves to things, programs and apps that we can't open, and we use a lot of computing power for it. A lot. Bro. Like, sorry I tuned out. Is the topic apathy in relations to modern day issues? Yes. The topic was talking about apathy. And it was talking about like how apathy is created. And then the apathy that is created sometimes tends to be our emotional ties to this world. And sometimes the emotional ties to this world can be exhausting. And then you have to think to yourself, why do we feel so exhausted? What is our brain doing that's making me feel tired all the time? And sometimes, most of the times, we're tying ourselves to things that we cannot control. No matter how much brain power you put into something, it doesn't allow you to open the app. I could, again, comet falling out the sky, 3 months. I can put so much brain power into this. It's not going to stop the comet from falling from the sky. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Right? It's going to happen. I'm not going to change the comet with my stress. It's never going to do nothing. It's never going to do nothing. So learning how to unattach, to detach the things that we can't control from our emotions and our processor is what frees up the RAM and gives you peace. It lets you be able to breathe, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. This is your brain also automatically focuses on the negative, making you overthink in the negative. That's correct. I agree. I remember you took a long break and I was wondering where you were. Ever since you came back from that break, you've been super different. Insane improvement. Thank you. Yes. I took a break. I remember what it was. It was an insane break. I think I had, during that break, beforehand, I had gotten back into my love of reading. This was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I found it. And then, so I have this thing with my brain. I don't hope you guys don't mind me continue to yap about this. Just pause. But I have this thing with my brain where I ask why. It might be overthinking. It might be hypervigilance. I think it's a combination of both. It might be a little bit of a trauma response. But I have a default. That is, when something happens, I want to know why. Right? When things happen, I don't just accept it. Like, if I feel really good one day, I will not just sit there and just feel good. I'll be like, wait a minute. What the hell? Why do I feel so good today? I'll look at my past. I'll look at yesterday. I'll think about the food I ate. I'll think about how much slept I got. I'll be like, what? Huh? How do I recreate that? Like a scientist when it comes to kind of trying to understand shit, and I don't let it go. And a part of one of my issues used to be was that I would think too much and I would stop living in the present and I wouldn't just accept things. I wouldn't be okay with just not seeking and more information. What I've learned is a bit of a trauma response because being in a survival mindset, there's a lot of people who are born, like me, specifically with certain types of trauma. Me, I had financial trauma. And part of financial trauma was always trying to figure out what to do, right? How do I put food on the table for the next day? How do I escape financial turmoil that I didn't create? How do I get this job? How do I do this? There's always a how and a why. There's always a I need. Very rarely is there times where it's like, I don't need to. But there's always a fucking objective. Always. There is no such thing as just being. And that's what it usually means to be in a survival mindset. And usually when you're the survival mindset type person, you're not really activating your parasympathetic nervous system. It's not good for you long term. This is not to say it's also what's allowed me to be so ambitious. So it's not inherently wrong. Again, I've told you guys about how I feel about right or wrong, good or bad. It's just what it is. It tends to make a lot of people very ambitious, smart, hypervigilant, aware, and usually can create a lot of successful people because you're hungry, or you're pushing towards something, you're driven, or you're running from something. But what it doesn't teach you is that it gets exhausting and that living in that way for a very long time has consequences. And there is an importance of shutting off that survival mindset and trying to figure that out. And that's when I started studying, like the nervous system. That's when I got my second awakening, my second puberty, my ego death, whatever you want to call it. And I started understanding myself better. And then I was like, holy shit, bro. Like, this is what life is like. This is who I am. This is how the world works. It started to make more sense as you keep reading and reading and reading. And then you can detach. And then you can understand. And then you don't have to take things personal either. All right. And then you can understand, why am I obsessed with this girl? Are anybody in the chat obsessed with a crush? Are any of you guys obsessed? Heavily restriction? Do we have any obsessions right now? Anybody like, man, I can't stop thinking about her. Man, I can't stand thinking about him. If your answer is me, I'm not going to fix that. But if your answer is anybody else, yeah, I'm not going to fix that. Good. I want your infatuation to be me and only me. I'm going to use my powers for evil. listen. If you need to understand, look, the only power you need is me. The only ally you need is me and no one else. And no one else. You need me. Without me, you'll only go so far. But yeah, if you've ever been absorbed or overly absorbed with a person, stop manipulating. I'm sorry. No more dark psychology. YouTube is not used to the dark psychology, Omni. You're obsessed with me? Good. Good. Yes. Yes. That's parasocial. It's never about the other person, man. That's the part that a lot of people still don't really understand. It's never. Whenever your brain is focused on another person, it's never about that person. It's never the person. It's always you. It's always you. Now, I will say that this doesn't count abusive situations, okay? I'm not talking about abusive. Power dynamics and abuse. That's completely different ballpark. I'm talking about equal playing field, okay? But it's always you. And one thing to understand, it's about what you're lacking. That's correct. So chat, here's a little lesson. Here's a little lesson. We as humans, we have these things. We have these little circles in our body, okay? We have these little things in ourselves. All of us. You right now have this. Right now. You have it. It's human nature. You have it. I have it. Okay? That's called a void. And the voids that we have, think about the little circles, are different for every person. Some of them are bigger, some of them smaller. They have different things. But they're things that we're trying to fill ourselves up with that we haven't figured out how to. Okay? We haven't figured out how to fill this void. So, but we found something or someone else externally that does fill it. But we haven't figured out how to do it ourselves. Kidney stones? Same thing. So your obsession with someone else has to do with your obsession with your own void that you can't figure out how to fill in yourself. Your breakdown about someone else has to do with what they gave you, which is now gone. And now you're stuck with this void. That pain you feel is the void. It's what happens when you can no longer get the thing that someone was giving you. Maybe you met a girl and she made you feel seen, made you feel cute, made you feel smart, made you feel confident, made you feel loved, made you feel like you're worthy, right? But it's a person that's not you that's filling that void. And when that person leaves, those voids grow. It depletes. When you no longer have access to that person, boom, boom, boom. And it fucking hurts physically. And your brain fixates on it. It's like, bro, you need some of that. Whatever that was, you need that. Because that was good. You need that. 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 And it makes us think that it was the person. But it's always about our inability to fill it ourselves. And you sometimes will find, a lot of people learn, is that when they learn to fill their own voids, They don't even like the other person. You don't even like the other person. I don't even like this person. I don't even like this person. A lot of people, once they heal and they fill their voids, and you look at this person again, you're like, I don't even like this person. I was using them. I'm the user. I was using them for my own comfort, for my own peace that I couldn't create it myself, bro. I'm the problem. And it's a truth bomb that a lot of people really need to understand. It's limerence. Yeah, limerence is one form of that, for sure. Limerence is definitely one form of that. There's certain people too with certain brain chemistries that create a bigger gap in that. You know? Why do I keep exploding, bro? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just got back from cleaning litter box. I just say I've been proud of Omni and change engaging politics. Always knew you had a good heart. I appreciate it, Wargates. I hope you guys don't ever feel like I'm on my own journey. I'm on my own life, man. And I'm doing my best. And I don't think I'm above anybody else. And I don't think I'm better than anybody else. And I don't think I'm more right than anybody else. Like, I see myself equal to everyone. I am above no man. I'm above no man. So I will mess up and I will fall and I will say stupid shit and I'll be unintelligent and I will be wrong. I will be wrong. I will be so wrong, man. But that's okay. I just want to let you guys know it's never like some type of pride thing. I've discarded pride. No, I won't say I've discarded pride. No, I haven't discarded pride. I've discarded toxic pride. But a little bit of Vegeta's sane pride, I think it's very healthy. Greetings, fellow black man. Yes, like pride. Being prideful and being a black man. What's up, fellow blacks? How are you guys doing? I have pride in that. I feel like you've read some self-help books, maybe drawn from Eastern religions like Buddhism. I've read a lot of books, Eli. The past 3 years, I've read, and bro, I've been gobbling information like crazy. I've literally been reading books about how to read books better. I've been reading books about how to learn better. I've been reading books about how to memorize better. I've been reading so fucking much. But a lot of it too was journaling. So without the reading, I've been doing a lot of writing. And I've been honest with myself. That's the hard part. Right? I've been writing to myself about myself. You can't get yourself to read a book. You don't know why? It's because your dopamine levels are fucked. So like, for example, when you have a question and you say you don't know why, my brain goes, man, I have a hard time reading books. I don't know why. Start looking up reading why I can't read books. It's because your dopamine levels are cooked. You're cooked. Your attention levels are cooked. They're cooked. Okay? Imagine your attention levels are in a pot and someone has the temperature at 10. It's being fried. It's burnt. It's cooked. The internet, your phone, your attention, notifications, everything is designed to cook you. You're being burnt freaking toast, bro. So like, here's a fix, but not a fix, but an experiment. Put away your fucking phone. And then when you put away your phone in another room, observe yourself struggle. Here's an exercise I would love for you guys to do and then report back this to me. Put your phone away. Don't watch no TV. Don't listen to any fucking music. Don't play any fucking video games. Don't consume anything. Nothing. Just sit there, bro, and look outside and breathe. Do nothing else. Just do it. And I'm telling you, for most people, you will die. You will self-explode. You will implode. Bro, for how long? Do it for an hour. That's too long for you guys. Do it for like 30 minutes. Okay? And it will drive you crazy. And the reason why it will drive you crazy doing nothing is because we as human beings have been trained to pursue stimulation. Do you understand? Okay? Pursue it. We have to be in the pursuit of it. We have been taught, chat, that if we are bored, we have to find something to cure it. Because boredom is a plague. It's not good. Boredom bad. Boredom bad. How do I cure the boredom? I'm bored. What should I do? No one's going to say do nothing. They're going to like, here's some things that you can do to stimulate yourself. They're not going to say be bored. They're not going to say that. They're going to say, here are all the things that you can do to cure your boredom, as if boredom is a curse. No, don't even daydream. Don't daydream. Daydream is just watching the TV of your mind. Don't do that. Don't daydream. You're not allowed to daydream either. Focus. Don't watch the TV of your mind. That is an exercise of itself as well. Be present. Every time you catch yourself drifting, lock back in, bro. Daydreaming is the equivalent of watching the TV of your mind. You're consuming the future or the past, though dreaming insinuates that you're looking backwards. Well, no. Dreaming insinuates that you're not present. You said that's wild, BZMC? Why are we against daydreaming? So daydreaming has its uses. I'm not saying that I'm against anything. I'm saying don't do it. As an experiment. What happens to your brain when you sit in silence? So when you sit in your brain, when you sit and do nothing, and you just try to focus on the present, okay? Like what you see, what you smell, your sights, what you hear. Overthinking is escaping, okay? When you start overthinking, then you're probably thinking about the future. What do I need to do? Or maybe you're looking backwards, right? And you're doing rumination. You're thinking about what you already did. Regret. But I could have done better. Right? But this is not you ever being present. This is you either being in the future or in the past. But you're not quite literally being in the present. You're not here. Do you understand what I mean? You're either here or you're here. And our brains try to get us to stop being here. And the world tries to get you to stop being right fucking here, bro. Like right here, right here, right here. The zone where you were locked in. You and I, me. You see me? We're talking. We're existing. When we're here, the longer you are here, present, you hear me. You're not thinking about the future or the past anymore. Your thoughts aren't wandering. They're not scattered. The more you are here, your brain starts to recalibrate. Because you are now present. You're locked in. You're alive. You're nowhere else. You're nowhere else. You could be other places now, but you're here. And it starts to do something freaky with your brain because you're present. And what happens is if you stay in that mode for a long period of time, you start to reach a flow state. Flow state is what it's called when you reach this state of presence. This unwavering, never escaping, I am here and nowhere else. That's the flow state. But society, we live in a society, our devices, our gadgets, our culture is designed around making sure that we are never here. There's always a distraction. There's always something to do. There's always something to think about. There's always something to think about in the past or the future. There's always something taking away your attention nonstop. And that's why you can't read a book and your dopamines are cooked. So I have a result. I have an answer for you guys. I know a way that will incentivize you to be bored. You want to hear this? For my ADHD people and tisms, I know a way that will help you to create that. Okay? This is for all my gamers. This is for all the people who think I know like me. Bribes? Yes, bribes to yourself. Correct. What you do is this. Have you guys ever played a video game and got like absorbed in it like fucking crazy? Or you ever like watched a show and you were just like lost track of time? Like you ever like experienced something and you're like, man, I wish I could experience this medium like this again, right? And you wish that you could do it again. Okay? Yes, obsession. Getting lost in the sauce. Getting lost in that sauce, man, where nothing distracts you. You're just there in that. Now, but what if I told you some people lose it? Some people, you ever do something and you're like, man, it's not hitting no more. But anime doesn't hit anymore. Gaming, it doesn't hit anymore. RPGs don't hit anymore. This thing, it doesn't hit anymore. So there's a difference between playing a game like Sims 4 or Slay the Spire. These are things that are just naturally drain you. Yes, exactly. These things, Slay the Spire, these are things that are like low effort, low hanging fruit that just keeps you at this place with no effort whatsoever. Those things don't count. Okay. I'm talking about something that requires more critical thought, or sometimes less like Slay the Spire, you can play and then do something else and then come right back to it and come back to it. But there's certain things like reading that you can't be reading and then go do something else. Then read a sentence. You can't do that. Things like that. So, but even then, if you want to increase your experience with anything that you love, what you do is you can do what's called, I like to call it like a temporary detox. Stabilizing is a place where you essentially de-stimulate and you starve yourself of dopamine. You starve yourself. You cease all dopamine activities. Stop. Get some help. Palate cleanser. Okay? So if you have the time and you want to play a game, go to your room or go someplace where you can't be uninterrupted, cut off the lights, and lay on the floor. Don't look at your phone. Don't look at no music. Don't talk to nobody. Just do fucking nothing. And every time your brain starts to try to daydream about stuff, acknowledge it, but then just come back and pay attention to like your breathing. Pay attention to your body. We can practice this right now. You want to do it right now, guys? We'll do it right now. Okay? If you have the time right now, if you got the time, we'll do it right now. Okay? Do a little guided session. Okay? Here we go. I don't know if you're sitting. I don't know if you're laying. It doesn't matter. But whatever it is that you're doing, I'm assuming that you have the time to just pay attention to what I'm saying. Breathe with your nose. And then breathe out with your mouth. Relax your shoulders, bro. Are your shoulders tense? Relax your shoulders. Pay attention to your shoulders. What about your eyebrows? Are they arched, bro? Are you arching your eyebrows? Are you lifting your eyebrows up? Relax those. Now pay attention to your body. Start examining your body. It's called a body examination. And start looking at your body one by one. And look for the places in your body where you might think you might be accidentally carrying tension. Specifically, the neck and the shoulder is a big one, right? But feel it. And you touch your body with your hands. Is your ankle, are your toes curled? Are you curling your toes, bro? Pause. Uncurl them. Relax it. Stretch it. Loosen up. If you're on the floor, just stretch your arms out. Stretch your back out. Is your posture off? Are you hunching? Man, fix that. So this is what's called a body examination. Just naturally go throughout your body and pay attention to some of those things. And you'll see that a lot of it was activated. Just tension, just straight up activated. So part of being present is a body examination and stretching and feeling what's tense and untensing it and stretching the parts that are tense, which is good. You probably don't remember this, but as a kid, you did this a lot. A lot of times as a kid, you sat down somewhere and you just stretched on the fucking floor and just moved your body and just examined your body. It's called body examination. It's natural. And then, you know, when you start to have thoughts, like, oh, that's a thought, but let's go back to my body. Let's go back to smelling. He told me to take some deep breaths. Let's go to some deep breaths. There's a lot of things that you can do with your breathing that affect your brain. There's a lot of things called breath work. If you breathe in a certain way, I know this sounds crazy, but if you breathe in a certain way, then your body will say, oh, we are safe. Okay, I guess I'll chill now. I know it sounds crazy, but yes, you can change your body chemistry with the way that you breathe. And there's different ways. One of them is taking deep breaths, like inhaling very slowly as far as you can. And then once you do that, you hold it. And then you release through your mouth. And you try to release all of it until you reach to the end. And then you hold it again. And then you do it again. And you breathe in through your nose. All the things that I'm saying are activities that force you to focus on what is happening in the present. Okay, so the stretching, the breathing, the moving. That's where your focus and attention is. And you do that for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And you keep expanding that, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. And then if you can do that, once you're done being bored and being present, you will be craving all stimulation. Because now your dopamine receptors are calming down. Your shit is calming down. You're becoming unstimulated. You're starting to be okay with no stimulation. So then when you come back to the stimulation, you're going to be like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's oh, shit. This video game is hitting. Ugh. So what I'm teaching you is depriving yourself of stimulation so that when you come back to it, it hits way harder than before. But the reward is edging. The reward is that you will find the pleasure in the things that you lost pleasure in. Or you'll start to find pleasure in things that you didn't think you could find pleasure in, like reading. So if I put you in a room where you couldn't do shit for a week, all you could do was sleep and nothing else, okay? If I did that, and then after a week, I said, here's a book, your ass would be looking, oh my God, a fucking book, man. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. You be reading the shit out that book, bro. Ah, shit, bro. Fucking book. You ever, remember you were a kid? Did you guys ever, when you were a kid, did you guys ever like have magazines? And did you ever like read a magazine or a newspaper clip and then you ran out of stuff and you would reread it again? God damn it. I got nothing to read. I guess I'll read it again. You guys ever, gosh, shit. Guess I'll read this magazine again. I already know what this says, but I'll read it again like a rerun, except for it's a book. Yeah, it's with movies. The thing about TV, which is different from a book, is that TV is enforced upon you. Right? It's like it's happening to you. Whereas reading doesn't happen to you. You have to read. Your brain has to do reading comprehension. It has to practice critical thought. It has to stay focused. It has to not drift. You have to think about the sentences. You have to think about the paragraph. You have to think about the meaning. You have to pause when you see a word you don't understand. You have to use context clues. You have to predict what might be coming up next. So there's so many activities when it comes to reading that's much more active than when something's happening to you and you're kind of just observing. I mean, you can do certain things like that as well. But yes. Anyway, so that's the experiment. For those of you guys, try it. I'm telling you, you will fall in love with boredom. You will fall in love with you. Not only will you fall in love with it, you will realize that you have that how important it is. Like boredom is a necessity. It's like, it's a necessity. It's one of the things that society has told you to continue to avoid. And because you've avoided it for so long and you haven't sought with your thoughts and you haven't been present, what ends up happening sometimes too when you're bored is uncomfortable thoughts start to creep up. Right? And you're like, man, uncomfortable thought is about to creep up. Let me go play a fucking video game. How do I get my mind off this? Right? I need to get my mind off this. We often like, man, this is an uncomfortable thought. I need to go distract myself. The thought doesn't go away. It just fades into the background. And then it creeps back up. And then the anxiety comes back. Distraction. And then you're bored. And then it comes back. Hey, bro, remember that thing you're avoiding? I'm still here. Right? You're still here. Just because you've changed the subject does not mean I go. I'm right here. And then once you have no more distractions, I'm right here. And that's why a lot of people struggle with insomnia. That's why a lot of people struggle when there's nothing going on. A lot of people struggle when they're, doing nothing. Because then it's like, I need to find a distraction. I need to find a distraction. Your brain is programmed to find a distraction, to not think. So those go away, but the emotion remains. Correct. A good book I would recommend about that is called The Body Keeps the Score. Pretty tough read. But emotions, trauma, stored in the body. So just because you don't think it doesn't mean we don't feel it. There are certain things that you guys know, that feeling you get when your stomach drops, right? Like gut-wrenching drop. Sometimes our bodies react before our brains do. Bro, you don't even know what's happening, but your body knows what's happening. And so when you recognize that our bodies physically carry trauma and tension and feelings and emotions, it carries it literally. This is not figurative. It carries these shits. Then you can learn how to release it. Therapy, CBT, somatic therapy, yoga. There are literally practices about learning about how to release the things that keep our bodies. Yeah. The Body Keeps the Score mentioned? Yeah. Body Keeps the Score is powerful. That was a tough read. I will say that there are sometimes, I've read a lot of books that cognitive behavioral therapy. Very, very powerful practice. Guided sessions about teaching you about your brain with an expert that can guide you. Like when someone says something out loud that you ain't resolved in your mind. Yes. Sometimes you have not figured out why something is wrong, but your body has. You ever get something like a bad feeling? You guys ever get a bad feeling? Like, man, I have a bad feeling about this. That's what that is. Am I saying something wrong? Everyone's saying CBT ? Cognitive behavioral therapy? Do you know what that is? Am I saying something weird? Weed, I think, is interesting. I'm not an expert, so I can't say. But I will say that, cock and ball torture. No, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about, you guys are self snitching, bro. I mean, if you're into it, I mean, hey, I'm not going to kink shame. But I don't want nobody torturing my cock or my balls. No, don't hurt me. I don't want to be hurt. I want to be the hurtee. If I had to choose, top 5 most read books. I have so many. Do you see all these things back here? I could go over all of them. I could sit here and go through over them. Wow, it's 5 hours? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I have been streaming way too fucking long. So CBT is not just medical weed. Cognitive behavioral therapy. It's a psychology term. It's what psychologists use on their clients to help guide them when it comes to understanding themselves. Cognitive, the brain, cognition, thinking, and it's a way of sometimes helping people to realign their thoughts and their thinking. Some people have train of thoughts that lead to unhealthy behaviors and actions. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a system that psychologists set up in order to help people adjust their way of thinking. You know, look at the bright side. You know, something's happening, but look at the bright side. A little bit of, well, you see this as a curse, but did you actually realize it could be a gift? Ooh. It's called cognitive reframing. Wait a minute. You're trying to tell me that the thing that happened that I think is bad is not bad? Mm-hmm. What if I told you it's not bad or good? Oh, anyway, you go into the dark side. Don't go to the dark side, bro. Don't do that. Okay, books. Wait, how did we get here? Fuck, I think I went on a philosophical rant. God damn it. That was not the point of the stream. We weren't supposed to do that, but I enjoyed it. But yeah, did you guys understand what I said about the dopamine? You got to be careful with weed, and you have to be careful with any kind of thing that artificially changes your brain chemistry. You have to be very careful, man. You have to be careful with substances, man. You trying to tell me that things just happen in the universe is neither helping nor hindering? Crazy. Well, if we can't find someone to blame, well, then we can't. And when you can't find someone to blame, then it means that you have to accept that it's you. It's really hard to accept that a lot of the things that, this is not for everything. I'm not talking about abusive type shit. Okay. Again, I always never, abusive situations with power dynamics, I never talk about that. But there's even books on that. You guys ever read A Man's Search for Meaning? I think it's what it's called. Have any of you guys read that book? It's a very powerful book. It talks about a psychologist who went through the Holocaust and survived. And he somehow found purpose and meaning to life while being in a camp. Nobody here reads books? And as a psychologist, he created his own way of thinking. Is it, am I miscorrecting? What is it? Is it Adlerian? I can't remember. I don't know if it's Adlerian, but he created his own kind of CBT method for helping people to understand purpose, to find purpose and meaning. Was it Adlerian theory? We know Reed? Okay. There's so many books. I don't know where to begin. There are so many books for so many different reasons, man. So, like, okay. There are spiritual books to kind of help you to learn about spirituality, meaning of life, satisfaction when it comes to living, being happy. Logotherapy. Thank you, Hussein. That's exactly what that is. Logotherapy. There are books on psychology, the mind, understanding the brain, understanding why you do the things you do. If you're a person that, if you're trying, okay, so here's your journey. Here's the question. Before recommending a book, how to be a better human. See, when you say a better human, I guess maybe you're saying more efficient. Okay. If you want to learn more about yourself as a human, if you want to understand yourself as a human being and how humans work, then what you want to do is study psychology. Okay? I recommend. This is not for beginners. This is for I'd recommend an audio for this, but Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene. Okay? I don't really like Robert Greene's other books too much. This man's a little sus. But there's a lot of good information here. The Laws of Human Nature was a powerful read. And it's basically a culmination, an allegation of short stories that talk about situations that humans overcome and sometimes how they react to it. It's kind of like, I would call this a fictional book based on nonfiction. It's romanticized human thought, but it will give you some things to think about. I recommend a audio podcast for this because it's a big read, but that book is pretty good. Okay. One of my favorite books of all time, and you guys have probably seen this book a lot, The Courage to be Disliked by Ichiro Kishimi and Fumitake Koga. I need to give this one a reread because it's been a while since I've reread it. It's a book about a kid, a student, and a teacher. And this teacher just has a way of thinking that completely is absurd. It's absurd. And this student is basically out here to basically prove this person wrong. And it challenges a lot of your thinking. And it's based off the concept. This is the concept of Alfred Adler. He's one of the psychologists that is up there with the big three, him and Freud. And they have different types of ways of thinking. This book is so good. I recommend it because it's digestible. It's something that you learn by watching two people have a conversation. So it feels very easy to read. This book is definitely probably S tier. Another book I recommend is have I read The Laws of Power? Yes. The Laws of Power is in my opinion is a gateway to Red Pill, and I think a lot of people read the Laws of Power or the Art of War, and they're just thinking about how to manipulate people, right? They take it and they're like, this is how I use people. Can't wait to do it, right? And I think The Laws of Power is a very good read in terms of the information that it expresses. I don't think the information in there is inherently incorrect. I think the problem is that if you read that book without doing personal work, you're going to use it as a way, as a weapon. You're going to use it to obtain. You're going to use it to, that's the problem with that book. That book, you're going to use it and become a narcissist. But for informational purposes, and to maybe use it to think about how people might think, and maybe think about why you don't want to do the things that are in this book, to think about why somebody would want to get ahead over someone or to use somebody, right? It removes the layer of the purpose of why somebody wants to be at war. You know, the Sun Tzu's Art of War is such a great book, but some people use that book and now undergo situations where they are always at war. Life is war. I'm at war with everyone. Everything is a battle. I need to apply these principles to everyone. And when you are constantly applying principles of war to everyone, my friend, you're living in a different sphere. It's not good. You manipulate, you control, and people are used as objects, puzzle pieces. You're at Code Geass life. You're Lelouch of the Rebellion. Welcome to Lelouch of the Rebellion. Do you know how many narcissists have been created because of fucking Code Geass, man? Anyway, The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. Mel Robbins cooked. She cooked. This book, it's fire. This book is based in Stoicism and is readable and digestible. That what it does is it teaches you. Remember, I told you guys that the idea of like stressing about apps that you can't open. Okay. This book is about allowing people to do what they do. Allow it. It's stop trying to control people. It's not your job. This actually ties back into the courage to be disliked. One of the chapters in this book talks about tasks. There are tasks that are yours, and there are tasks that are not yours. And there's a lot of people who are undergoing tasks and trying to control people. That's not your task. And you spend a lot of your time and energy. A lot of people spend a lot of their time and energy trying to control other people, as opposed to just allowing people to be people. There's the concept of trying to grip something, and you grip it like a bird so tightly because you're trying to control it, and you kill it. You smother it versus just holding it in your hand and then letting it be, and it won't go anywhere. The book is called The Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. I think this has been more useful over my time than studying for econ. Yes. Yes, bro. Though I will not say that, I will say this. When it comes to education, education is helpful, but only if you have direction. A really important process of reading, chat, is when you read a book. There's a book about teaches you how to read a book. When you read a book, you read the title, you read the back, you open it, and you kind of look at the contents, you know, the instructions. You read a paragraph or a sentence off one random page, skim, pay attention to the reading style. Look at how many chapters there are. Look at how long the chapters are. And then once you do all of that, you create a tab in your brain that says, all right, I'm about to read this book. And the reason why I'm reading this book is for ABC. You create a tab. What that does is that when you're reading, it literally like almost like a bookmark, and then you start your life and then you end the book. But it's almost important to start that beginning phase because it almost tells your brain to like lock in. You have to give yourself a signal to, okay, we're locking in for a little bit, and then commit to that lock-in period. There's different ways of locking in. There's different methods that people use. Like there's like a 25-minute, 5-minute rule that people do. They'll focus on one thing for 25 minutes, take a break for 5 minutes, focus on something for 25 minutes, do it for 5 minutes. But if your attention span is cooked, then you would do it differently. But anyway, point is this is a good book. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Powerful as book. This is the book I told you about the guy who found life and meaning and purpose while he was in a Nazi camp. This is the guy that created logotherapy. And this book is fucking crazy. I got to ask you, do you write about the books you read in your journal? Yes. So I take notes. I have multiple journals. I have my journal right here. So I take notes. I've learned how to read a book. And one of the ways of reading a book is taking notes, you know, but some people mess up their reading by taking too many notes or interrupting themselves in the reading process or highlighting or stopping to read without, you know, or never taking notes. So you got to find your own method. But the way that I read is I read, and when I find something that hits, I usually underline it. What I do for the most part is I read in a way where, and I've gotten better. You get better at this over time. But like read a book like a paragraph, like a burger. You guys remember that burger thing they taught you in school? When you read a paragraph, it's like a burger. The idea is try to insert your mind as the author. And if you can try to predict what the author is going to say or how they're going to write or where the book is taking you, then you can compute it better. You predict it. When you can predict what's coming, then you can comprehend better. Annotating. Yeah. So I read it. I read a paragraph, and then sometimes you stop and you pause. Do I understand that paragraph? Pause. What did this paragraph just say to me? And you re-say it in a different way. So it's saying this, and it's saying this, and it's saying this. But why is it saying this? Why is it saying that? I suggest not trying to read for completion. For me, at least, I don't rush reading. I read, and then I dissect. And then if there's something I don't understand, sometimes I stop. Sometimes I read slow when it comes to nonfiction. And if there's a sentence that I don't understand, I don't just keep going sometimes. I say, what does that mean? The fuck does that even mean, bro? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? And then just look into the sentence, try to understand it. If I can't, maybe there's a word that I don't get, there's a concept that I don't get. But don't just assume that you get it, because I think sometimes often when people read, specifically at a reading comprehension that is above their level, they miss a lot of meaning. So yeah, that's a good book. The Man's Search for Meaning, very powerful. This is one of my favorite books of all time. This book is the core book. This is core. This is fundamental. This is like fundamental. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Make It Stick by Brown Roediger McDaniel. This book is so fucking important. Okay. Make It Stick is a book about how to absorb information that stays in your brain. Did you guys know that when you read, that you usually forget everything you've read, about 70 or 80% of it. Okay? As soon as you're done reading, there's a thing that starts to happen. It's called forgetting, where the information that you read starts to leave your conscious brain, your ability to retrieve that information immediately, and it starts to go back into the abyss. And sometimes you can pull from, but it gets harder and harder and harder and harder. Forget what? Exactly. This book teaches you how to keep the information that you absorb. And this one's very important because if you want to start getting into reading, one of the biggest mistakes you can do is just read and then not remember it. Because then you're wasting time. Because then when you need to talk about it, you're like, I read this book and it talked about this thing, but I can't remember. I read this other book. If you read 10 books, right? And like, in a week, and you don't remember shit, then what's the point? What's the point? You can't apply it. What's the point of reading things that you want to learn if you forget and then you can't apply it? Then you're just reading for the sake of just reading, which is not terrible. But then I would recommend fictional books if you just want to practice your reading. Just let AI read for me. Do not do that. Please actually consider this aspect because memory retention deteriorates immediately after an event takes place. That's correct, Chaotic. They talk about this. They talk about how police, they talk about tactics that are being used to abuse your short-term memory and your long-term memory. So, Moonwalking with Einstein. I need to read that one. I haven't read that. So make it stick. S tier. Okay? What else we got? Ooh, I like this one. I want to reread all these again, bro. Don't Believe Everything You Think is a very short read, but very powerful, by Joseph Nguyen. Why Your Thinking is the Beginning and the End of Suffering. This book implies that all your suffering comes from you. You! And thinking. How often do you read those books blind? What do you mean read those books blind? I bought all these books for a reason. They all fit in some type of category, whether it's self-improvement, understanding humans, understanding psychology, understanding human behavior, understanding emotions, emotional intelligence. I buy books with a purpose, for a reason to obtain it. In this book, the root cause of all psychological and emotional suffering and how to end it. How to become unaffected by negative thoughts and feelings. It's interesting. It's interesting how to become unaffected by negative thoughts and feelings. Have you guys ever tried to comprehend the idea of being unaffected by a negative thought? And the idea again here is to teach people the concept of like a thought. What is a thought? What is it really? What is a thought really? Like, what is it a thought really? And then when you see what a thought is really, a thought, I know what you say. But when you see it, right? You're like, oh, this is a thought. It's just this thing. It's just a thing. It's something in my brain. It's not me. It's just a thing. And then negative. And then it starts making you start questioning things like negative. Now it starts to question the things that you assign good or bad, or right or wrong. And then when you start questioning, wait, what is a negative thought? What is a positive thought? Why is happy a good thought? Why is sadness a bad thought? Wait, you're telling me that happiness isn't a good thought? And that sadness isn't a bad thought? Wait, what? Wait a minute. But everyone keeps telling me that the pursuit of... So it starts teaching you literally what these things are for what they are and not for how they've been assigned. And then when you start to unassign these words and you understand it more, then when you experience it, you can feel it and you can understand it. You can intellectualize it. You can say, oh, my brain's doing that thing where it thinks about something that I don't actually believe. Let me sit with it. Okay. Now, how do I want to respond to it? I know it's just a thing that I don't believe, but my brain is doing the thought. Is it something that I'm going to allow to dictate my actions? No, I don't think I will. But I understand that it's trying to tell me something. And maybe it's trying to tell me something because there's something underlying that I have left unaddressed. Or maybe it's a signal. You know, there's a void that's unattended to. You know, maybe there's something that you have a void and it's screaming and a thought comes to place. Or your brain is going to this direction. You're like, why the fuck did my brain keep going to this direction? It's actually trying to talk to you. Sometimes your body is just trying to talk to you. It's trying to let you know, hey, bro, there's something that I want to let you know, but we don't always understand. Learning ourselves is such a fucking amazing journey, bro, because there are a lot of things that our body and our brains and our emotions is trying to talk with us. And we just don't understand it. Intrusive thoughts? Intrusive thoughts, maybe yes. But any thought specifically. But anyway, that's a good book. For all my people who can't read a book and don't understand why, maybe have ADHD or anything, this is a must read. I think I put this out. The Molecule of More, How a Single Chemical in Your Brain Drives Love, Sex, and Creativity and Will Determine the Fate of the Human Race by Daniel Lieberman. This is a must read book. Read all these books slowly. Slowly. Consume it slowly. Like sipping it like fine wine. Read every sentence and make it. And when you consume it, don't rush it. Don't rush it. You don't read for completion. Okay? Like fine wine. You don't gulp wine. These books, you read it slowly, gently. Fine wine. This one is a game changer. It literally explains why we sometimes just do shit we don't want to do, bro. Fucking lust, freaking behaviors, eating behaviors, watching too much TV, playing too much League of Legends, you know, like shit where it's just like, fuck, bro, I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm being driven to do this. Or I don't feel any satisfaction. It talks about the difference between dopamine, serotonin, and all those little things in your hell, in our brains and how they're wired and the synapses and how they connect. All right. It talks about it. It talks about it. It explains it. The thing about these books is so good is that you understand the why, as opposed to just, well, that's just the way it is. That's just how I am. That's just how I am. A lot of people just go, that's just how I am. That's just how I am. That's just how I am. It's bullshit. Okay. That's bullshit. It's a cop-out. There's fucking reasons. And then there's ways to change. But anybody who just says that's the way I am, they're just not interested in changing. They're not interested in changing. And be fucking careful of people who are not interested in changing, Chad. Be careful. People who are not interested in changing, be careful. Pay attention. Get some help. Deep Work by Cal Newport. This book teaches you how to partition your time so that you can focus deeply, right? So when you read, but you're in an atmosphere where there's distractions, then your distraction, or your phone rings, or you have vibrations, or your phone vibrates, or the computer or something pops up, all this shit's happening, right? It makes it harder for you to actually fall into a flow state of reading. You can fall into a flow state of reading that's so deep that you consume information at a level where you absorb it like a sponge, bro, like photosynthesis. that the word? Photosynthesis? No, it's another synthesis. But you just extract it. And osmosis. You just extract it, but it's a flow state. But you have to set an environment for it. You can't just read it and just, I fell into it. You have to actually create rituals that allow you, yes, by Cal Newport. It also talks about how terrifying distractions are and the repercussions of distractions constantly taken away from your attention. And how when you master the ability to do deep work, then you spend less time doing things because you are able to complete it more efficiently. Attached. The new science of adult attachment and how it can help you find and keep love. I don't know if you're trying to help and keep you find and keep love, but attachment is very important because this is a book, talks about a theory. You guys hear this all the time, pop psychology. You guys heard about avoidance versus anxious attachments, right? You guys heard about, I'm an anxious attachment. I'm an avoidant attachment. Those are the two big ones. I'm a fearful attachment, fearful avoidant, blah, blah, blah. And so a lot of people kind of start correlating it to astrology or whatever, or astronomy. But yeah, it's a book that teaches about sometimes our predispositions and how, as a child, how we are raised can sometimes set us up to have certain type of dispositions. And these attachment styles, how we attach ourselves to other people, everyone else, can then create a dynamic that's very, very dangerous. One of the biggest ones is an anxious attachment person and an avoidant attachment. Peaceful pod. Anxious attachment people attract avoidance. And it's one of the most toxic situations that you can be in. It's terrible. It's a canon moment. Probably something you got to experience. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. But you don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke. It's important to recognize it because you have to understand why you are anxiously attached. You have to understand why you are avoidant. What are you avoiding? What are your voids? And this book explains it very well. It explains people pleasing. It explains why some people lean in and become absorbed with another person while another person leans out and just wants to desperately get the fuck out. When they get close and they're like, wow, this is closeness. I don't like that, bro. Goodbye. Someone gets in there and they get in and they're like, hey, why don't you like me? Why does this person like me? Why don't they like me? What did I do wrong? What did I do? What did I do? You ever think about that? If somebody doesn't like you and you start to think to yourself, what did I do? That means that you have somehow defaulted that the reason why someone doesn't like you is that because it's your fault. That was your default. What did I do? Like, for some reason, in order to be liked, you have to perform in a certain way, and you did not perform well. So a lot of people focus on their performance. Man, this person must not like me because I did something wrong, you know? And that's deep. That's the bane of a lot of anxious attachments people, a lot of people pleasing. They operate from a place that they have to perform for love. They have to acquire it. They have to earn it. It usually comes from low self-esteem, low self-worth, low self-respect, and assuming that you're the problem because raising and trauma and parenting may have created that for you. You know? I got you, Popo. I'm almost done. And I'm gonna get out of your hair. Another book really good. The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. This book is goated. This book is goated. This book is a spiritual book based on ancient Toltec wisdom. And it teaches you how to experience freedom, true happiness, and love. It will fucking blow your mind. It will blow your mind. It will blow your mind. Probably nothing, to be honest. You say that. I would say also, keep an open mind when you read these books. And for those of you who are too fucking smart to learn anything, you're cooked. Because the stupidest people are the ones who think they're too smart to learn anything new. Anything else? Yes. I mean, you guys can clip it. Ikigai. You guys heard Ikigai? For those who like Japanese? For those of you guys who like Japan, everything Japan. It's not zooming out. Anyway, Ikigai is a very great book. It's a book about how Japanese people find a way to live life. The Japanese secret to a long and happy life. The book is very sugoi. The idea of Ikigai is to find the thing that you do well, finding something that you do well, that you're good at, finding something that you love, finding something that gives you purpose, and finding something that also sustains you. And when you find that level where it hits all those categories, boom, Ikigai. You find a way to live life that is less resistant, and it still creates the outcome of what you're looking for. It helps you to kind of find things that you can do if you don't know what to do with your life. Very, very good book in terms of guidance and living and healthy eating. Very important. One of my favorite books. This one might be controversial. I don't know. But this is my S tier book. This book definitely changed a lot. It's called Ikigai. That's the other book. This book might be top 5 for me, for a fact. If anybody's ever read this book, you'll know what I mean. It's called The Untethered Soul, The Journey Beyond Self by Michael Singer. It's a spiritual book, self-help, transformation. And I'm not really into that. I'm not really into self-help. I'm not really into oh, okay. I'm not really into it. And I'm not really into spirituality that much. What this book does, it's really fucking weird when you take your time with it. But it talks about who you are and identifying you. Okay? So here's a question in chat. Who are you? If you can't answer that question, it might be worth exploring. Are you your thoughts? Are you your feelings? Are you your name? Are you the skin and bones that you wear? Are you the thing that people have told you who you are? Are you your consciousness? Who are you? Who's the you? The you that's listening to the... Are the person that's listening and hearing this, is that you? Right? Or are you the you that's listening, watching? There's a version of you. This is what's interesting. You guys are all, and I say you're watching this video or you're listening, right? That's you. You are doing that, right? Right? But then there's another version. There's another you who's observing. You doing this activity. About to make your brain explode. There's an observer. There is someone in you who is observing you. There's the thoughts in your head. Man, I'm hungry. I really need to eat. But who the fuck are you talking to when you say that? Who? When you talk to yourself and you have this conversation, who's coming up with those thoughts? Where are those thoughts coming from? And then who are you talking to? You can have conversations in your own brain and you're just watching yourself. There's a version of you who's watching yourself talk to yourself. The fuck is this? So the question is who? And this book is really good at talking about, the concept of you, the concept of thoughts, separating yourself from your feelings, separating yourself from actions, from identity. This is a crazy book. It's a crazy book. I don't want to gas it up any further. But it's a really fucking crazy book. One of my favorite books. Set Boundaries and Find Peace by Nidra Glover Tawwab. This book is for people who have a difficult time saying no. And you have a difficult time disappointing people. This is for people who have a difficult time. You feel bad, low self-esteem, feel like you're kind of getting moved around by people, feeling like you're just doing things for other people. Feel like you're kind of just being moved around by other people. Your life isn't even yourself. It says it's a claim to reclaiming yourself. Right? That's that book. It's about saying no to boundaries when it comes to other people. And it's also about the boundaries, respecting your own boundaries to yourself. A lot of our boundaries, we ourselves cross. We cross our own boundaries with ourselves. And it talks about why. It talks about how it comes to be. This book is very powerful. This book is good when you just have a hard time with other human beings. So this book is crazy good. I highly recommend it. It's written by Nidra Tawwab and it's excellent. It's important for self-respect. It's a great way for you to say no to people without you feeling bad. It's a great way for you to say, no, I don't want to do this thing, and not feel guilty. It's also a great way to recognize when people are manipulating you. Because one of the key ways to manipulate a person is to test their boundaries. So if I wanted to manipulate somebody, one of the key things to do, you start with, is testing boundaries. I wonder how well this person is at upholding their boundaries. I wonder. Time to test it. Time to test their boundaries. Wow, they suck at it. I can abuse this person. I can manipulate this person. You know? I got some more, but I'm going to stop there. Okay? That should keep you afloat. And I'll probably reread these as well. All right. Got in the stream. Gotta say goodbye. Saved your life from being overrun by people. You guys got something to do while you're not watching me. Gaslighting. Yeah. The thing is that those books, why books? The reason why you need books is because you need to learn. A lot of us in life enter a phase after college or after high school where we stop actually obtaining new information. And then when you stop learning, you stop growing. This is why you know people who are like 40, 50, 60, and they have the brain of like a 15-year-old. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You know people who are like grown adults, but they're like, they're children. They stopped learning. They don't understand themselves. They don't have emotional intelligence. They don't know why they feel feelings. They haven't explored it. They don't know why they hurt. They don't know why they feel inferior or insecure. They don't know. They just don't know. And they gave up trying it. They just accepted it. When people say, that's just who I am. Be fucking careful, bro, around this. These books are so important because it will protect you from people that there are certain people, again, when they don't change, when they don't want to change, then you have to set a boundary and choose if you want to be around a person who won't change, because then it's on you, right? Then it's on you. You're not respecting your own boundary. You're not creating that, you know what, this is not good for me. This person is going to continue to do things to me because they're not going to change. Or even worse, when people say they're going to change, but then understanding what change is. And change isn't saying you're going to change. Changing and growing is through action. So when people lie to you in order to manipulate you, you'll be able to see through that as well. You'll be able to see through people. You will be able to see people. You'll be able to see, wow, this person has gone through a fucking lot. When you read, you will see people for who they are. You will see yourself. You will fall in love with yourself. There's so many things about yourself that you have not explored. You will fall in love with learning about yourself. And then it will increase your capacity to love others. It will deepen the love with the people that you love. It will deepen that relationship and that bond and make you be able to connect with people in ways you never knew you could connect. So, there you go. Please do more streams like this. This help my brain calm down and give me something to work on. Please educate us more. I got y'all. Anyway, on your way out, I would appreciate if you guys all left a $500 tip. That's my minimum rate. By coming into this chat, you have accidentally signed an agreement. And if you do not, then there's a legal obligation to extract all your finances. Sorry, you've been scammed. Okay? Sorry, you've been scammed. Sorry. You guys understand the first rule of the world is if anything seems too good to be true, that's because it is. You're getting God. You're getting scammed. You're getting God. You got God. You got cooked. Damn. This is so much valuable information. What in the world? This feels like this is criminal. That's right. This is a stick up. I've used this time to insert all your computers. That's right. I have all these hackers right now and have literally tapped into your shit is mine. Now, you can either pay now or I can extract later. Yo, Gravitas, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. Can you stream for another 3 hours? I'm still at work. No, man. It's 5 hours and 30 minutes, man. But this was fun. We set up a stream. We probably won't do this again this week because it wasn't. The problem with my streaming is that I don't have it structured yet. And if I listen to you guys when it comes to structure, it never happens. So I love you guys. I hope you pulled something from this. I hope you got something from this. I hope there was at least one thing from this stream that made you think, you know? And if there was nothing and it was just a good vibe, then that's cool too. You don't have to do anything with this information. What's the deal with Epstein's files? Nope, I ain't getting back into that, bro. Sorry. Catch you later. All you need to know is that there is hell on earth, bro, and the demons walk among us. All right. I love you guys. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day. And gonna be working on some videos this week for you guys, some one-offs or something like that. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.